Coffee with Keto Simple. My name is Dustin. I'm so glad you're here. This stream will be starting soon, so grab your coffee, get comfortable, and settle in. We're building a strong and supportive community, so say hello in the chat, ask questions, and feel free to use super chats if there's anything that you want to see highlighted. Thank you for being here and being a part of this journey. Let's keep it positive and respectful as we connect and grow together. I can't wait to get started. Good morning. Happy Sunday, everybody. How are you? Yes, you beautiful people who show up week in and week out to hang out with me on Sunday morning at a ridiculously early time, especially if you live on the West Coast, the Mid Coast, and you're not on East Coast time like me. Welcome, everybody, especially some of those who come in here and comment 4 hours before the show starts. I can't believe that. But welcome back. Sunday morning coffee today. Today I'm feeling overwhelmed. But in a good way, if you can believe it. Because this year our lives have completely changed. You know, going from empty nesters as we were for about 2 years, just a quiet house, Chandra and I doing what we do, living our best life, having full control over what we ate, what we kept in the house. Granted, we still have, the granddaughter in the house all the time. So there were things in the house just for her that weren't really for us. But, we weren't always the best at keeping ourselves, even still, we were a lot better off when we had only what we wanted in the house, right? So just the two of us, quiet house for the most part. The girl would leave, go home, and now that's changed. It's changed a lot. Now we're in a full-on bustling home with 4 extra adults. So there are 6 adults in this house, me, Chandra. We have our bonus boy, our youngest boy, and our oldest daughter, or oldest child, who's the daughter, her fiance, 1 baby, and then another baby coming so shortly that it's crazy. It's almost unreal how soon that she will be here. For those of you who have been questioning, curious, so there has been some issues with the baby. Not issues, I should say. That sounds worse than it really is. But so what's been going on with the baby? So when she's gone in 2 times in a row to get the photos that the doctor wants to get, to get the imaging of the baby to prepare the doctor for the surgery that she's going to have, because she's not having a natural birth. They tried that with the first baby, but her hips don't separate enough. So they're doing a planned C-section. That's how we know she's due on the 19th. She's coming on the 19th as far as everything currently is concerned. We have, so she goes in to get the imaging, and there's things that the baby's supposed to move so many times. This baby's supposed to do this, that, and the other. And the baby was just like, you know what? I'm good. I'm just going to hang out here. I'm not going to do what you want. So she went back the next morning, and they did the same thing. The baby, but as soon as she leaves the office, the baby's like somersaulting and doing all this stuff. So when she wanted to get the imaging done, the baby was like, you know what? I'm okay. So, that worries mom. That worries, and obviously this is probably something that is far more routine than most people think. But when it's happening to you, you're panicky and all that stuff. So that's where we've been. And I know that sometime Tuesday, Chandra is going to be going to the doctor with her. So depending on what time that may be, Chandra may be absent from the Tuesday live. It'll just be me. Maybe we will look at what time it's going to be, and maybe we will adjust the timing. Maybe we will do it in an evening, try to do it in an evening setting. But we'll see. But anyway, full-on bustling home, 4 extra adults, all of us living here, soon to be the 2 little ones. We got the 7-year-old that we can't stop talking about, that all kinds of, most of you probably even know her name. We don't really talk about that, but we do slip up from time to time. But it's a lot of love and a lot of noise in the house, and, a lot of challenges. And those challenges weigh on us. And, Shannon and I talk at length. We're very open with our communication between the two of us, for the most part, as open and, as an open with communication as a couple can be. There's not a lot that we don't talk about, but we do definitely talk about the challenges. I mean, there's a lot of mess. There's a lot of just little things that like 6 adults should catch and rectify. 6 adults should not have some of these issues. But again, we have 6 adults, 1 child, an infant on the way, 2 dogs, 3 cats. Well, 4 cats if you count the one that lives outside. He drives me crazy because we bought him. Well, he has a heated cat house, so he refuses to go inside. I've even stooped to putting his food bowl inside, so he has to go in there to eat. And I throw catnip inside. He has these little pill things he really likes, because when our cats were eating the normal cat chow that we would feed them, they would get urinary tract infections. So we have these pills for urinary tract infections, but he likes those for some weird reason. Like, you go pick up the bottle and he gets excited. So for whatever reason, I just kind of toss one of those into his little thing, trying to get him to go in there, trying to get him used to it. Because if he goes in there and sits for a little while, he'll notice it'll warm up. And if it warms up, and he'll lay down in there and he'll be toasty and warm and, but he's stubborn. I opened the garage door the other day and he had a bird in his mouth. And I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. And then I see that he's been there were some trash bags that were set in the garage that weren't put in the trash can because the trash can was full. So he got into that and there was like a turkey neck on the ground. And I'm like, come on. But anyway, I hope you have your coffee. I have my coffee right here. Grab your coffee. It's Sunday morning. Let's talk about what's been going on with you guys. Let's talk about the good, the messy, the crazy, and everything in between, because life is just that. Life is good. Life is messy. It's crazy. It's everything in between. That's exactly what our lives are. So hope you have your coffee. Join me and let's talk and let's look at this chat, because it's just going on and on and on as I'm sitting here just jabber-jawing away here. But I'm glad that you're here. Good morning. All right. Carnivore Jerry was here 4 hours ago. Can you believe it? That's a long time ago. 4 hours. She says, nope, no food distraction whatsoever here. No, you don't like it when I speak of my faith for my personal healing journey, but he has strengthened my food choices, and it's hard for many to fathom. Now, I want to touch on something here. I don't have any problems with people talking about their faith. It's your faith. That's your relationship that you have with your faith and all of that stuff. I have no issues with that whatsoever. Whether or not I share those same feelings that's irrelevant. But I want you all to be able to speak your minds and be who you are when you're in this space. It's a safe space for all of you. And we're here as a community together, and there's going to be differences. Not everybody has the same religion. Not everybody has the same dietary needs or choices. Not everybody has the same living situations. Not everybody is, all the things that society may or may not deem to be normal. We are here. We are all together, and we love one another. Love is love, and that's what we're doing here. So, again, I don't want anyone to ever have the idea that your faith isn't welcome. But moving on, I love Evelyn. She's my Gus best friend. We've got Evil Lynn with her coffee. I love it. Evil Lynn. I love it so much. Welcome. And she says, good morning, Jerry. We don't mind you speaking about your face. See? That's what I'm saying. John Guggenheim is here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, John. I'm glad to see you here, my friend. Always glad to see your smiley face. Brian Dish is in the house. Good morning, Dustin and everybody. And John Guggenheim is saying that I am thinking about making some beef liver, bacon, and eggs for breakfast. And, of course, more coffee. I agree. I'm going to turn that around so you can see what's going on with my Mr. Bucky there. Bride's Biscuits in the house. Good morning, sup, fam. Rick is in the house. Good morning, Rick. And, you know, I just want you to know.
Let's get dangerous.
I got it. Oh, my goodness. I hope you enjoy that. I hope you love it.
Let's get dangerous.
I care about all you guys. I love it. I love being able to have. I only have 6 little sound effects things, so I've got like. But I love. I love it. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Andy says, hi, everybody from the Atlantic Ocean, jumping into the shower for a busy morning, but wanted to say hi. Well, I love you, Andy. You and Susan both. You guys are an important part of my life, an important part of this community, and I'm so glad that you're in a place where you're able to be on the cruise with Joe and Rachel, and I know there's people that are catching up with the cruise tomorrow. I can't remember if you're staying on the cruise tomorrow too. I can't remember if you're doing both pieces of it, if you're just doing the first leg. I can't remember. It's hard for me to keep my own life straight, let alone everybody else's. But I had talked to Sean today, and he is going on the cruise tomorrow. He's in Orlando today. I'm super excited for him because he's in a warmer place. I wish I was in Orlando. I'd be at the Magic Kingdom today because that's what I do. But I love it. I love it. I hope you have the best time, Andy and Susan. I hope you both have the best time, make the best memories. I can't wait to see all the photos. Woo! And she says, oh, and Barb Castor and her husband are on the ship too with the 2KK crew. I'm excited to hear about who all is on the cruise, who's going to be on the cruise. Oh, my goodness. I'm excited to hear about all of it and see it. And I did reach out to Joe and wished him a happy early birthday. And so hopefully you guys wished him a birthday yesterday. Happy birthday yesterday. Joe is 55 years young. And yeah. Josephine is in the house. Good morning, beautiful Josephine. She says, howdy, beautiful people. 2 duckies, thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. Talking about Dustin and Evelyn, nothing smack. I told her she needs to come back to the group. Yes. The thing is I think people will fall off the wagon and think they're not worthy of the community. That's 100% incorrect. That's a fallacy. I don't care if there was a Messy Kitchen. I can't remember her first name was, because I haven't talked to her because she just left the group. But she lived in town with me, and she gave me a bunch of products a couple years ago. And she was like, they were leaving the keto carnivore space, her and her husband. And she said, well, we're going to start trying to do Weight Watchers. And I was like, well, please do not leave the group. Please stay in the community, because regardless if you're doing Weight Watchers, I don't care if you're vegan. I say this all the time. And I want to make sure that this is something that is understood. I don't care how you're eating. If you are doing what you think you need to do to be successful, I'm here for you. Because what we need to do to be successful will shift. It will change. Some people are going to start off doing keto, transfer to carnivore. Some people are going to be doing carnivore and they're going to transfer to keto. Whatever the case may be, what you think you need to do to best serve yourself, you know you better than anybody else. Don't let anybody in this group tell you what's best for you unsolicited. If you say, hey, I've got this going on and this and this and this, what do you guys think? Then it's fair game. But we are not here to judge. We are not here to throw any kind of way of eating down somebody's throat. We're here to be loving, supportive in the best way we can. 100,000%. And I just wish that people would understand that just because you were doing Weight Watchers or just because you're doing this, that, and the other doesn't mean you are not worthy to be in this community, because this community takes everybody. It takes us all. Because if you're doing Weight Watchers, maybe you'll learn something that we didn't know. And you can help us, you know? Brian Doyle is in the house. Good morning. Let's see if Dustin starts by the on time I get my refill. I did my best, okay? I was here a couple minutes late, really, because I was trying to get the Let's Get Dangerous clip uploaded to the audio so it would be ready to go when I needed it. Anyway, but, you know, we know Rick is here. He said, fun time soon. Patricia Hoffman says, hey, all, what is the empty nest? It was a great 2 years of our life, but I'm super stoked to have it. And again, I'm excited and happy that we are able to be there for our children and give them a place to live while they're doing whatever. And I mean, United States is one culture that prioritizes people getting their own homes, where a lot of countries and cultures, the family lives in the same house forever. I mean, think of the wealth you could actually grow if you didn't all buy a house and you were, you know, investing and, or, you know, the vacations you can go on. Like if they all were like decided they were going to stay here and we made everything, you know, like permanent and all this stuff, like, you know, I mean, why? And they chipped in and paid rent, so to speak, here, and we were better off financially. And, you know, I think that would be something that would be a better situation long term. And they could invest money. They could up their 401k, or they could do whatever they wanted to do. They could invest in an index fund and put $200, $300, $400, $500 a month in an index fund, whatever they want to do, instead of putting, you know, $2,000 into rent, or, you know, $1,500 to $1,800 into mortgage, or whatever the case is now. I just, you know, what works best for the people, what works best for the family. And I don't mind them being here, obviously, you know. Josephine says, you never know, Brian. He have to do a little one running around, and as they say, family comes first. Well, everybody's asleep at this point, except for me. Shanner's off to work. The girl will be asleep until she's not. And that'll probably depend on how loud I am doing this, because her room was on the other side of our closet. Our bathroom is where on the other side of our bathroom, and our closet is where her bedroom is. Her bedroom was my old office. So she had a bedroom here even when they didn't live here. She had her own bedroom. She had her playroom downstairs. Then the boys moved in. They took over her bedroom. And then one of the boys slept downstairs on the couch in her playroom. So she's lost her playroom. Now she has another. So it's just, everything's been pared down. So she's had a tough time of it as well. John Gugahan says, 84 years ago about this time of the morning, Pearl Harbor was attacked and almost 2,500 American lives were lost. It's rough. It's a terrible piece of history And I kind of want to know, like, what would have happened with the war? What would have happened with everything with the Allies had they not done that? Was that something that we needed to happen to get us into the war? Was that something that like there's, the theories that we knew it was going to happen and we let it happen because we knew that would jumpstart the American people into wanting to go to war, because usually the American people don't want to go to war, and rightfully so. But again, that's not really what I mean. This is more history than it is political, but I'm just curious, what would things have looked like had that gone differently? But maybe that's a conversation for a different day. Yes. Rick is here from Twin Brook Acres. Good morning, Rick, my good friend. Yeah, and John Guggenheim says, I am watching an incredible documentary about Pearl Harbor. Sean Bradley is in the house. Good morning, Sean, my friend. I'm truly glad to see you. Glad you are here. Glad you have your Buc-ee's cup to join me in this. Patricia Hoffman, look at this. I'm moving from South Carolina to New York this week. I feel you, Dustin and Shander. Well, thank you so very much for the $20 super chat. That means the world to us. It truly does. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that very much. You have no idea. That means a lot to me. I appreciate it more than you know. And Evelyn is saying to Patricia, thank you for supporting this channel. Blessings on your move, that it goes smoothly. Yeah, where in New York are you moving? I'm curious. Are you moving to New York, upper, like Rochester? Are you moving to Buffalo? Are you moving to Manhattan? You moving to Brooklyn? You moving to the Bronx? Staten Island? Where are you moving? Oh, Patricia says, Evelyn, nothing is smooth about this move, but all I can do is laugh. That's all we have. I mean, people get upset about things like people get upset at comedians and stuff. And we shouldn't laugh about this and laugh about that. But sometimes that's all we can do is commiserate and laugh. Point out flaws, point out awful things and laugh, because, I mean, you can't fix it. But laughing at it can kind of make it seem less daunting, less stressful. And she's saying that she's moving to Rochester. Older son and family miss them all too much. That is a wonderful thing. And I hope New York is good to you. B is in the house. Good morning, B. So glad to see you. B says it's freezing this morning in New York, y'all. Yes, it's actually just 32 degrees here. It has been in the low teens. Like it's been like 14, 15, maybe 19, into the 20s, maybe in the 30s in the day when the sun is out. Yeah. Amy is here. Good morning, Amy. I'm so glad to see you, my dear. It's all the howdy, dusty, beautiful space you've made here. True. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, and Sean says he's using his Buc-ee's cup today. Cheers, my friend. Rick says he needs to add the quack sound effect. I'll send it over to you. Let me find it and I will send it to you in an email, Rick, so you can download it and you can have the Rick quack sound to your stream. Josephine says, love Darkwing Duck, saw rubbish. I swear it looked like that toy. Yeah, so I found there was a clearance toy, like one of those, like you buy it and you don't know what's in it, like a little bag, and it was like a Disney toy, and like Darkwing Duck was one of them. I'm like, maybe I hope it's Darkwing Duck, like fingers crossed I get it, buy it. It was like $2 or $1 or whatever. on clearance at Walmart a couple of years ago, and it was Darkwing Duck, and I was super excited about that because Darkwing Duck was a great underrated cartoon. And Andy says, we're doing both legs, 48 people on the first leg, 58 on the second. That's crazy. That's so many people. But that's pretty awesome, though. I mean, that would be really cool. Like, you know, it would be kind of neat. I know, but I say this because it would be nice, but I don't know if I would be able to go just for the fact of how things with me going on a cruise and me leaving for a week or more to go do something like that, being in tropical places and beaches and all that stuff in Chandler's and home. But if there was if there was ever like a 2KK KPL collaborative cruise to where I'm sure there could probably be more. I don't know how many people like could go because KPL taps out at 350. I don't know what Joe and Rachel have capacity for. I don't know what their biggest group is. They're doing 2 groups now with 48 and 58, and there's some overlap there. But that would be really kind of neat to see like a 2KK KPL crossover cruise at some point in the future. Maybe like, I mean, not to say that Autumn would want to do that, but I'm just saying that would be something super fun. Super fun. And Amy says that I find it interesting that Weight Watchers has a keto program now. Why wouldn't they? They were on the verge of bankruptcy. Now, I'm kind of curious. Let me take a look and see. Let's take a look at their keto plan. So it says Weight Watchers and the keto diet are fundamentally different. Weight Watchers uses a point system. So this is just telling me. So, I mean, trying to see. Yeah, we understand. I'm trying to see combining. Let's see. Weight Watchers, the ketogenic diet. What is keto and does it work? I'm curious to see what Weight Watchers has to say about keto. This is a Weight Watchers blog post. So let me go ahead and bring this up for you guys. Let me see which light looks better. I think this looks better. We'll put it up here for you guys. And it's easier for me to read. Let me go ahead and share this with you guys so you guys can see it. I'm going to hide your comment, Amy. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So this wasn't something I was looking to talk about today, but here we are. The ketogenic diet. What is keto and does it work? Now, this is off the Weight Watcher thing. This is from September 25th, 2019. So this doesn't have anything to do with them utilizing keto. So we'll just see what fun this is. A little walk down we'll walk down the little memory lane here. Imagine being able to eat all the fat you ever wanted and still lose weight. Butter, burgers, bacon, steak, cheese, no holds barred, except maybe one. In exchange, you'd have to forego nearly all carbs like bread, bagels, pasta, pizza, even most fruit. In reality, that's a trade-off required for the keto diet success. Although it may sound new, the ketogenic diet, or keto for short, was developed nearly a century ago by the Mayo Clinic physician Russell Wilder, MD, to treat epilepsy. Now, it's one of the hottest weight loss crazes. If you're considering jumping on board, here's what you need to know. What is the keto diet? Keto for beginners. So let's see, and we'll point things out. I mean, obviously, there are things that some of this stuff may have been more true in 2019. We would have agreed with in 2019. We'll find out. Some of it has changed over the years. We're still looking here at like 6 years difference. So we'll have to wait and see. Lots of people assume keto is high protein diet, but actually much higher in fat. Now, depending on what you're looking at with protein versus fat, it's almost always going to be a higher fat ratio for most. Some people do better with a lower fat ratio. Some people do better with a higher fat ratio. Again, the more we know and the longer that we do this, the better things, the better we understand how this incorporates into our each individual lifestyle. So anyway, let's see. On the flip side, it's extremely low carbs with just 5 to 10% of calories coming from carbohydrates. Carbohydrate food sources, considering most of us to consume roughly half of our calories. Considering most of us consume roughly half of our calories from carbohydrates, adopting a keto lifestyle could mean a lot of changes. The goal of the keto diet is to force the body into ketosis, a metabolic condition in which the body burns fat in place of preferred. This is what always killed me with this. In place of its preferred fuel source, carbohydrates. So let's take a pause here and question this, because if the body's preferred fuel source was carbohydrates, why is it limited to only about 2,000 calories of glycogen stores? But with fat stores, it's almost unlimited. You can be 1,000 pounds. So, I mean, and you could be 90% fat. Like you could have a 90% body fat ratio, or maybe 80%, like 200 pound lean mass and 1,000 pounds with 800 pounds of fat on your body. That doesn't make any sense to me when you look at it from that perspective. So the idea that the body's preferred fuel source is carbohydrates, preferred and what is likely to burn first isn't always the same, right? So let's keep reading. Ketosis is a backup system for the body to use when it doesn't have access to food, such in times of starvation, says Toby Amador, MSRD, author of the Healthy Meal Prep Cookbook, Easy and Wholesome Meals to Cook, Prep, and Grab a Go. It's not meant as a long-term way to provide the body with energy. Now, I imagine that there is some truth to this. So if you figure the body's energy sources run in tandem, okay? So we have glycogen stores. We have fat stores. They work in tandem. Like, you don't have to continually eat something all day, every day to keep those glycogen stores up. You have energy with the glycogen, and then you have plenty of energy with your fat store. So it's kind of like, if you think of and I cannot remember who had this analogy, and I apologize, but it was, and I heard it years ago, but say that you have a tanker truck, like a semi truck, that's carrying diesel fuel. Okay, so the truck has its two main tanks that carry diesel fuel that run the truck. And then it's carrying 80,000 gallons or 50,000, whatever, however many gallons of fuel that a tanker truck carries in a semi format. If you look at the two tanks that the semi is carrying as glycogen, and the tank you would look at that as the fat stores, and this would be a person eating a sad diet, because that truck is carrying all that fuel around and has no access to utilize it. So when its glycogen stores run out, it's stranded nonetheless, even though it has thousands and thousands of gallons of diesel fuel sitting right there behind it. It can't do anything with it. Think about that like how humans are, right? Humans have a glycogen store, and you live the sad diet. You eat pasta and cereal and drink juice and all these things, right? You have your 2,000 calories, give or take, of glycogen that you run on each day. You run on, that's what your muscles carry as kind of an instant fuel source for the body. And you have all this fat, you have 100 plus pounds of fat on your body. So if you figure that 100 pounds of fat on your body at 3,500 calories each is, 350,000 calories, just sitting there. You have the 2,000 calories in your muscles with 350,000 calories strapped to your body that you can't tap into. That is crazy to me, that would be looked at as emergency and not in tandem, not used to work in synergy, because the body is a very complex system. The body isn't as simple as we think. The body is very complex. And it has evolved to be the way that it is over centuries, millennia, to work as efficiently as it did prior to the standard American diet. So, anyway, back to this. Ketosis is a backup system for the body to use when it doesn't have access to food, such as in times of starvation. While that is a true statement, it's not completely, it's mostly true. I mean, yes, that's where, you know, as you are a person in the 1800s, 1700s, 1200s, 1100s, you know, into the BC times, you know, 1100 BC, people would have to build up their fat stores to help mitigate starvation. Now we're in a situation where we have so much fat on our bodies, as the average person has at least 100 pounds on them at the, you know, I don't even know what the average pound. Let's see if we can find that. So let me look at here and see what is the, and it's not going to change anything for your view. What is the average body fat percentage for humans? Now, that's not going to tell us that. So it's 28% for men and 40% for women. That's average, but I don't think that that's necessarily true. Let's see. Let's go for obese humans, American humans. So 30% for men, 40% for women. The weight ranges do vary. Let's look at obese American. It just tells me over. It doesn't actually tell me like what the average body, but say, you know, say someone is, yeah. Some people could probably have 1 million calories on their body, 800, 900, 1 million calories on their body. But anyway, let's go back to this. We'll never get through this. What happens is your body doesn't get the carbs it needs for fuel. First, it burns available sugar stores, known as glycogen, releasing water and water weight. In the process, that's why many people experience rapid weight loss in the first few days or weeks on a keto diet, and why the introduction of carbs which replenishes glycogen and water stores reverses the weight loss. Here's the thing. You don't have to eat, and this is maybe something that we didn't realize in 2019. You don't have to eat carbohydrates to replenish glycogen stores. Gluconeogenesis will replace glycogen stores because glycogen is necessary. You're supposed to have glycogen stores in your muscles. That's the way the body operates. It has multiple ways to fuel itself. It's got redundant systems. We need redundant systems, just like in most essential operating scenarios. There's redundant systems to keep failures from being catastrophic. So we have glycogen, we have fat stores. But yeah, it's just like, how does consuming more fat than carbs on a keto lead to weight loss? Different types of keto, standard, cyclical keto, popular among athletes and bodybuilders. The cyclical ketogenic diet works in cycles of 5 low-carb ketogenic days, followed by 2 higher carbohydrate refeed days. I don't necessarily think that, you know, I mean, I know that the people were doing that. Volek has, there's a Volek quote here. This probably isn't a good idea for most people, especially those using ketogenic diet for weight loss or to improve insulin resistance. Volek said. Jeff Volek is an amazing person. I wish he was more involved in the community that we are in. He is more behind the scenes in the, the collegiate levels. He would be at something like Low Carb Down Under versus, you're probably not going to see Jeff Volek show up at KPL or the Low Carb Cruise. He and his team with, Dr. Stephen Finney, all these amazing people. And speaking of amazing people, I saw that those of you who know Richard Morris, who is one of the two keto dudes, just let everybody know he graduated his master's, and now he has been given, he's in Australia, and the Australian government has given him, they've asked him to go ahead and go in and do his doctorate. So in his 50s, Richard Morris from Two Keto Dudes is going to be doing, let me bring up his picture because I think we could be done with this. Let me see if I can find a picture of Mr. Morris here. There's our guy right here, Richard Morris. Well, that didn't help me. Anyway, you get an idea. There we go. You get that idea. Anyway, let's get back to this chat because I've been jabber-jawing about everything for too long. Josephine says that she is having pork chops cut up in 2 teaspoons of teriyaki sauce with water. OMG, not a lot of sauce. Amazed how sweet it was, though. And water, it would be okay. The pork fat, oh, yummy. Yeah, I love that. I don't know how easy things like that, like sugar-free sauces, are easy to get down for you in Australia. Here in the United States, we have no sugar added and sugar-free sauces like there's no sugar added sauces, which are probably not the greatest, but stuff like Sweet Baby Ray's has a teriyaki sauce, a marinade that's no sugar added. Other brands like, I can't think of them right now, but we have a lot of different brands. We have a lot more access to that kind of stuff than you probably do in the land down under. Lisa Ortega is in the house. Good morning, Lisa. So very glad to see you. How are you? And Bride's Biscuit says, I can't imagine my kids not being here. They are my life. I want to be here for them for as long as they want me to be here, and I will be sad when the day comes that they are not here. Well, yeah, I'm. That's the thing that Shannon and I talk about is, we, with her work, like she could go and we could live anywhere. Like she could probably get a job working, as an ICU nurse in Kissimmee and do weekend option in Kissimmee, work every Saturday and Sunday. And then we could take off. We could go to the Magic Kingdom on a Monday or a Tuesday or whatever we want to do, right? We could go to the Magic Kingdom every Tuesday if we wanted to. Go and ride a couple of rides, walk around, soak up the atmosphere every Tuesday. It'd be amazing. But we wouldn't have our kids, and that would be a drag, and I would be very sad about that because not seeing the little one would be a deal breaker. And Rick is looking forward to moving to a rural area. There's a lot of rural area in Florida. I mean, there's just it's like when you cross the border, you assume like as soon as you cross the border out of Georgia into Florida, when you come in, when we come down, you just assume bam, you're in Florida. You're almost there. No, you have hours to go. There's a lot of just nothing in Florida, just swamps. See, I think that if Rick moved into a place where there were pythons, I imagine he could single-handedly eat a python a day, right? I mean, you would just eat all the pythons, Rick. Have you eaten python? Have you thought about eating python? Have you thought about getting paid by the state to eat python? You can have heart attack python. Have you thought about that, Rick? I mean, you know, like thinking about you're going to go and hunt down pythons. You just got to be like,
Let's get dangerous.
yes. Oh, my goodness. Lisa says, just finished prepping veggies for keto chow pumpkin soup for my son's birthday dinner. Oh, yeah. Lisa says we have a heat wave. Yeah, it's 32 degrees right now. It says that today, Sunday, low of 17, high of 37. Tomorrow, low of 18, high of 30. Tuesday and Wednesday, those are the heat wave days. Let me tell you what, low of 36, high of 41 on Tuesday here in central Indiana. Wednesday, low of 25, high of 43. Rude. I need my garage to stay cold because that's my winter fridge. It keeps my drinks cold. Anyway, let me see here. I got distracted. My apologies. Bride's Biscuit says it's 36 degrees right now in New York City. I don't think it dipped below freezing yet. Maybe one day. Lisa grew up in NYC. Thomas is in the house. Good morning, Thomas. How are you, my friend? Charger says, Rick says, great idea. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm sure it was a great idea. Brian's Biscuit says, I never left. I will die here. Brooklyn born. There we go. Lisa was raised in Manhattan. Rick says, if I had money for a cruise. Well, if you had money for a cruise, your roof would already be fixed. That's the way that I kind of see that kind of stuff. When people are like, if I had money to do that, I'd have this done already. We're like, well, that would already be done. I feel like my mustache is too long. I need to trim it today. But it just kind of it irritates my bottom lip. Let me see how long it is. It's like, it's long. You know, no two ways about it. Aaron is in the house. Hi, everybody. I slept in. Well, welcome. Glad to see you. It's so good to see you. I mean, I've obviously slept in. You were hanging out late with Grandma last night. We got to get Grandma to stop saying things like, I'm 65 years old. I can't do blah, blah, blah because I'm 65 years old. I got onto her last night because I'm like, look, you may be 65, but you started a YouTube channel at 65 and were fully monetized within less than 2 months. 20-year-olds can't do that. 16-year-olds can't do that. A 65-year-old did that. She did it at 65. So being 65 is no excuse to accomplish big, amazing things. She's doing big, amazing things. She's out walking. She's reclaiming her life. So, I love it. Josephine says, OMG, the cat keeps peeing on the bed. Not good new bed sheets. And it's time to get rid of the cat. If a cat keeps peeing on stuff like your bed, it's just, I mean, or lock them in another room. I don't even know. And I know that we don't want to hurt animals. We love our animals. We love them. But if they're peeing on stuff like your bed, like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, really, like, what are you supposed to do? Because you can't just live in cat pee everywhere. You don't want your house to smell like cat pee. What do you do if they're doing it every day? Like we had for a long time, we kept our cats. So we had two indoor cats and an in and outdoor cat for a long time. And we had 4 massive litter boxes. 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs. So if they were upstairs, they had one to go to. If they were downstairs, they had one to go to. And one cat just kept pooping and peeing on the floor in the laundry room, no matter what. I'm like, there are 2 litter boxes right here. Why are you pooping in front of my washing machine? We put them outside. And the same thing. Then we put the other 2. Then the other 2 cats were peeing outside the litter boxes and doing things. So we put them outside. One, I guess, found a new home. The other one still lives around. I don't know. I hate the fact that one had to leave, but I'm like, you can't live in a house where cat pee are everywhere. It's just not right. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know. Is there anything you can do? I don't want to sound like a bad person, but like nobody wants to live in a house that smells like cat pee. You just don't. Aaron says, morning, Josephine. My friend had the same problem and she had to change the kitty litter from scented to regular. Some cats hate the nice smell. We always used unscented. It was like, that was the thing. Like Costco sells huge container or big, huge lots of scented kitty litter. And scented kitty litter is not good for their urinary tract and all that stuff. It's not good for them anyway. So like we did everything we were supposed to. We changed their food. We made them healthy. They were just peeing on stuff. And like, we can't have it. And Brian's Biscuits and Lisa are talking back and forth about all the fun places that they hung out in New York City. And Brian said, thanks for the comment on the new video, Dustin. You're so welcome. I just happened to catch it this morning. So I'm glad that I want to see everybody. If you have a channel, please post videos. Now, one thing that I would try to say is like, try to make sure that you are posting compelling videos. And by that, I mean videos that people, the more compelling the videos, the more people are going to want to watch. Just be you, be real, have a good time. Josephine says, oh, howdy, beautiful Aaron. The cat has been kicked out. It's nighttime. I'm not going to be able to find her. Oh, I told her to stop doing that. Cats listen really good, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for posting Brian's channel. I appreciate that so very much. And Rick says, I would never want to be higher than 15% body fat. As you age, you may want to go up in body fat. Because as you age, it's better. So as you get older, Rick, having a higher percentage of body fat helps you with illness. It helps you get through being sick. You're going to see more, like, that's why you see like older gentlemen and older women get real thin. And so as you get older, you probably want to up your protein, up your electrolyte usage, up your water intake, up your fat. I mean, granted, this is not advice. But I'm saying, like, this is what I've heard this is what I've heard from professionals. Like, the older you get, the more you want to have a little higher fat percentage. Because it's a good way to keep you from wasting away should you get sick. Should you, it's like it's like having a bug out bag almost. John Guggenheim says, I tried to do the Weight Watcher point system while remaining keto. I didn't actually join Weight Watchers, but used some materials I had from years ago. It became too complicated figuring out my macros and Weight Watcher points. So my understanding is current Weight Watcher points. Let me see if I can get let me see. There's what Weight Watcher foods have 0 points. So the funny thing is fruits are 0 points. Vegetable, non-starchy vegetables, leafy greens, broccoli, peppers, 0 points. Proteins, well, here's the thing. Protein, skinless chicken and turkey breast, fish and shellfish, eggs, beans, peas, lentils, tofu is all 0 points. But see, they still put points for fat. Dairy, non-fat yogurt, cottage cheese, some plant-based yogurts. So they're still looking at this like fat and the skin is bad, right? So I'm just kind of curious. The eggs, the whole egg white, egg yolk prepared without added fat are considered 0. Like the fat is where the points are. That's weird to me. Let's see. How many points for fat? Weight Watchers points are not assigned to fat in isolation, but as part of a comprehensive algorithm that considers food overall nutritional profile that isn't a simple points per gram of fat conversion for the current program. The full algorithm points are calculated based on a combination of calories, saturated fat, added sugars, protein, fiber. Yeah. So it just seems like they make it complicated to keep people utilizing their program, where realistically, I don't see it. Keeping things simple has got to be the best way to go about it. That's just how I look at it. Brian's Biscuit says, yeah, it's been sanitized a lot. It's grit. 42nd Street looks like a Disneyland now. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't mind like going back to the old Beastie Boys days, like with like, you know, like all the New York with Beastie Boys and all that stuff back in the day. Yeah. Maniacs Gaming is in the house. Good morning. Your fat eats fat. They are hungry for it. They make fat if you eat carbs. Okay. I mean, your body will manufacture fat. Your body will utilize fat. Brad's Biscuit says, I did fat and fiber on Weight Watchers back in the day. I always hated their point system. Too much food pyramid. Yeah, that's the way they're going to do. Yeah, Carl's in the house. I know you're always listening because, you know, where Evelyn is, Carl's not too far away typically. And we love that. I love you, Carl. And preferred, LOL, the body is not making a conscious choice. Right. It's making the path of least resistance. And that's exactly, so like sugar, like, you know, like you can look up the, there is a, let me see here. We'll say, what is the hierarchy? Let's see. So the body prioritizes. Let me bring this over. Let me go ahead and run this down because some of you may not realize this. So the body prioritizes energy sources in a strict survival-driven hierarchy. When accounting for alcohol, it takes precedence over almost all other fuels because it is treated as a toxin that the liver must metabolize immediately. So in the order of fuel usage is alcohol. So that's beer, wine, whiskey, whatever. When consumed, the body prioritizes metabolizing alcohol, ethanol, because it is a toxic substance. The liver diverts resources to break down alcohol into less harmful byproducts like acetate. This process takes precedence and can inhibit the normal processing of other fuels, particularly the liver's ability to produce glucose, which can lead to low blood sugar hypoglycemia. Circulating glucose and stored glycogen carbohydrates. After alcohol is dealt with, the body uses glucose as its primary preferred energy source for immediate needs. Any excess is stored as glycogen in the liver and muscles for short-term reserves. The brain and central nervous system primarily rely on glucose for fuel. Now, we know that the brain does require a certain amount of glucose each day. Now, ketones and stored fat. Ketones are not a primary fuel source under normal circumstances. They are produced by the liver as an alternative or backup fuel source when glucose is scarce, as in during a starvation, prolonged fasting, or low carbohydrate diet. The body uses stored fat, triglycerides, for energy during periods of lower activity or when carbohydrate stores are depleted. Ketones are created from breakdown of fat and can fuel most organs, including the brain, when glucose is unavailable. I need to look and see what organs cannot run on. Let me see here. We'll get to that. I'm going to add that, and then I will go back up. Because then it's protein. Protein is the last resort. So it's alcohol, glucose, glycogen, ketones, fat, protein. We will ask, what are organs in the body that are unable to run on ketones? Let's see. There are two key parts of the body that largely or entirely unable to run on ketones: the liver and red blood cells. The liver, ironically, while the liver is the primary organ that produces ketones through a process called ketogenesis or gluconeogenesis. Ketogenesis. It cannot use them for its own energy needs. This is because liver cells lack the crucial enzymes needed to break down ketones for fuel, called thyrophase. Thyropharase? I don't know. I'm sure we've heard this before. This functional separation ensures that the liver produces and releases ketones into the bloodstream so that other tissues like the brain and muscles can use them when glucose is scarce. Red blood cells lack mitochondria, the cellular, that's a word I can't pronounce that word, responsible for aerobic. It's going to make me sound like I'm like a third grader, not knowing what I'm talking about here. Respiration, burning glucose, fats, and ketones to produce large amounts of energy. Therefore, red blood cells rely exclusively on anaerobic glycolysis for their energy. I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. Energy requirements, and can only use glucose as fuel. They cannot use ketones, fats, or protein. Okay. Additionally, other issues such as the inner part of the kidney medulla, and the testicles also require a constant supply of glucose and cannot use ketones. Even the brain, which is a major consumer of ketones during prolonged fasting, requires a minimum amount of glucose to function. It cannot run exclusively on ketones. We know that. But a lot of times the brain is running exclusively on glucose and doesn't get a supply of ketones. And I think that's where we start to see breakdown with insulin resistance and such in the brain to cause Alzheimer's, dementia, and all those fun things that we have to deal with our elder relatives, and probably going to start to see in a higher volume as the current people, as people in our lives start to get older and older, and there are more and more, especially the boomers, the baby boomers, if you will. So that's interesting. Did I miss JoJo? Is JoJo here? Josephine. Maybe she's talking about Josephine. Let's see. Carl says, redundant things that make us twitch. Sad diet, VIN number, PIN number. But I mean saying like sad diet, VIN number, P number. You know what I'm saying? And Carl says that article is silly. The carbs it needs, carbs are not an essential nutrient. Yeah. And we know that, but that was, again, an article from 2019. Christian Delorme, everybody. Welcome, Christian. Welcome. Bonjour, bonjour. He, ho, ho, ho. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to see you. Brian's Biscuit says, there are no essential carbs. We need 4 grams of circulating glucose, which the body regulates through gluconeogenesis. No need for exogenous. Yeah, that's true for most people through most daily activities. If you are an extreme marathoner and you're running like a 250-mile marathon and not stopping, not sleeping, yeah, are you going to benefit from some glucose? 100%. I think we have to remember too that we do benefit from exogenous glucose, fructose. The thing is, I think we look at this from a first world perspective. We're looking at our body's circumstances through a first world perspective, where we can go to the grocery store every day of the week and have a ample supply of food. Again, the body requires some of these things when there isn't an ample supply of food, where it's elk or starvation, elk or apples or whatever. I think we have to remember that in certain circumstances, I think carbs can be and should be essential, especially if you are living if you are living cyclical like you normally would, where okay, apples are in season, let me have some apples. And I think that our bodies probably went through, we probably gained and lost 20, 30 pounds a year. By the end of winter, we probably were probably heavily emaciated. And then springtime came and we were able to go and find food and find more things as things started to grow. And then as winter was approaching again, we probably did our best to gain as much weight as we could, again, to survive the winter. So I think that when we are looking at what's essential, what's not essential, we are looking at it through a perspective of a first world situation. We're looking at this with the advantages of grocery stores, restaurants on every corner, gas stations on every other corner. We have an abundance of food in this country like no civilization, as far as we are aware, ever had before. And we are aware that there have been multitudes of civilizations that have come and gone that we haven't even unearthed yet. I mean, we found that out with Göbekli Tepe, or however it's pronounced. Civilizations that have been long buried for centuries. So we have to really take a step back and understand that while we are looking at what is essential, non-essential, we are looking and describing and putting labels on things from a 21st century perspective, a 2025 perspective. What happens if things go south and we no longer have a grocery store on every corner? We no longer have convenience stores and McDonald's and In-N-Out burgers at every intersection. What do we do then? Then we have to then realize that there then are going to be essential carbohydrates. Because you figure that where we are currently with society, the buffalo aren't roaming where most people are. The cattle ain't roaming where most people are. You know what I mean? I know we're just now kind of getting back to a phase where people are, having their own chickens for eggs. Whether if you're in a neighborhood that will allow it, like we have an HOA, they're not letting. And I mean, nobody wants to hear cock-a-doodle-doo at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever it is. When we're, in your situation like that, I mean, these things, people are turning, and there's going to be a lot more of that coming in the future. But we have to understand that the only reason there aren't essential carbs for us currently is because we do have the grocery store. We do have deep freezers in our garage. We do have all these modern conveniences. But without modern conveniences, without grocery stores and fast food and all these things, if that were just to go away, there would be essential carbs. We would be eating apples. We would be eating berries. We would be eating whatever we can find. So I think there should be like no essential carbs, asterisks. I think. And sound off. Let me know what you think about that. Let me know how does that sound to you? Does that sound plausible? Does that sound like another way, a different perspective and way to look at it? Sean says, the only thing that ever worked for me is the one thing I'm still doing, keto. Weight Watchers, South Beach, whatever the nutritionist told me to try didn't work. And for them to say it's dangerous. I mean, we have to remember that these nutritionists went through school being told their curriculum was, this is how it works. So this is what a lot of nutritionists are kind of bound by what they've been taught in school. They can't just willy-nilly teach you whatever they want. So that perpetuation of this information is going to continue until the guidelines change, until the curriculum changes. And you got to figure, even when the curriculum changes, how are the professors going to handle and teach that curriculum? Are they going to go, well, for 100 years it was this, and now they're telling me I got to tell you this? Are they, or are they going to be like, this is probably the best way to do it? We have dug a hole so deep. We have, in the last 150, 200 years, we have dug a hole so deep, I wonder if we'll even ever be able to get out of it. And that's why I worry about things like there are no essential carbs. Because, yeah, like I said, if you live in a modern society, you're probably going to be just fine. No essential carbs. But at the same time, some people may require essential carbohydrates, be it from fruit, may it be from vegetables. Whatever the case is, not everybody is able to go zero carbohydrates. Some people thrive on zero. Most probably won't. And we have to remember, again, how are we selling this to? How are we selling this to people who need us the most? How are we packaging this lifestyle in a way that is appealing to the people who have no interest in this lifestyle? How do we package and get people to go and take it seriously? How do we package a proper human diet for people who have lived a sad diet? Again, that's going to be on my mind. Thanks, Carl. The standard American diet. How are we going to package and not convince, not coerce? How do we get people to understand that this is what's best for them and have them come up, have them realize under their own volition? You know what I mean? How do we do that? We have to be mindful of the words we use. We have to be intentional with the words that we use when we are talking to groups and things like this. When we're in a forum where there's 38 people watching right now, we have to remember there's people who watch who never comment. There are people who are watching right now who are just listening. They're never going to comment. Robin, I know you're out there, you and Callie. You're probably out there listening and not commenting. I know you're out there, Robin. I know you're out there. You tell me all the time that you listen every week, but you don't comment. I know you're there. And I hope you guys are all doing wonderful, too. I love you and Callie, and I hope you guys are doing wonderful. Your husband, too. But We have to remember there are people who are listening who may not be commenting, who may not be in the chat, who are reading the chat, who are doing whatever they can, and we're saying things that may not benefit them. And we may say things that unintentionally turn them away from this community, turn them away from this lifestyle. Because, well, you know, there may be, under the perfect circumstances, carbohydrates may not be essential. But that's maybe something that makes somebody else go, you know what? Maybe this isn't for me. I like my broccoli. I like my onions. I need some whatever it is in my life, and I'm not going to go without it. Now, had they started the proper human diet with those things, started to navigate and started to, feel better and started to play with things and started to understand how things work, and were able to take charge of their own life, they may find that they feel better without those things, and that would be convincing themselves and finding out for themselves that those weren't essential. Then they may have taken them out on their own. So that's why I always want to make sure that we are talking about this with an understanding that there's always a chance, and it's a high chance, that somebody's listening to us for the first time, that have no understanding of what's truly going on. They're full of curiosity. They're full of hope, desperation. They're looking for something that may help them. They're desperate. And we say, well, there's no such thing as essential carbs, and you don't need this and you don't need that to be. While it may be true, that statement could be the difference between somebody coming in and joining us or turning the stream off and going and making biscuits and gravy and continuing on with where they are. So that's a heavy weight to put on us. But we have to be intentional. And that's what I love about this community, is that we are open to conversation. We are open to discussion. We're open to debate. We're open to talk about things. And we are here to celebrate each other, celebrate our differences, celebrate our similarities. We're all here for one goal, that goal being health, whatever that looks like to you. Two things, really, and community. Because we don't want to do this alone. We can't do it alone. It's like the old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. 100%. It takes a village to be successful when it seems like the entire outside world is against you. You're seeing, articles like when we were just reading saying that, they're saying all these things that may be true in some sense, some circumstances, but not true for the actual individual who's utilizing a ketogenic diet to be successful. And whether keto turns into ketovore, turns into carnivore, whatever, again, hopefully we can get away from those tags and just utilize proper human diet and understand that it's a sliding scale depending on who you are and where you are in your journey. Talk to me. Josephine says, I know there's no sugar barbecue tomato, but just sure. Yeah, you can make your own. I'm waiting. Chris Cooking Nashville has a barbecue sauce. I tried earlier this year. In February of this year, I tried it. We went to a barbecue spot that they like to go to, and he brought his own barbecue sauce. And it was phenomenal. It was so good. He has yet to put a recipe video out for this. He has yet. I don't even know if it's going in the cookbook. I'm not 100% sure of everything going in the cookbook, but I know he has a barbecue sauce. How it's made, I have no idea. But it's phenomenal. It's so good. So hopefully he puts that out soon, because I need it. I would make it in big batches and keep it. I would buy mason jars or whatever I needed to do and make it in big, huge containers and keep it. And I wouldn't buy I wouldn't buy Sweet Baby Ray's anymore. I wouldn't buy G. Hughes. G. Hughes is the brand I couldn't think of. G. Hughes brand. I wouldn't buy that. I would just use his. It was that good. And I mean, we're talking 9-10 months ago I tasted this. 9 months ago, because it was like in January, February. I know I went down to Tennessee to do a video with him, and we did a live stream. We recorded a video, and we went to a Q&A with Dr. Barry, Nisha, and Amanda Decker. Hopefully I'll be able to do another one of those coming up soon when the next time they have one. Probably won't be until January. I'll probably try to make my way down there in January to do that. But yeah. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so Carl says, yeah, G. Hughes makes some great sugar-free sauces options. They sweeten with sucralose. Yeah. So the problem, though, Rick, is like Florida's a very long state, and you're coming out of Georgia, which is also an extremely long state. And then, like, anytime we go to Alabama, like we get through Kentucky, and we get from our place to Kentucky in 2 hours. We get through Kentucky in about an hour and a half. And then you get into Tennessee, and you're in Tennessee for maybe 2 hours. And then as soon as you leave Tennessee, you're in Alabama for days. It just seems like so long. It's just the craziest stuff. Rick says, LOL, Python has not been on my menu yet. So, your mission, should you choose to accept it, go out, find a Python, cook it up heart attack style, see how it turns out, and then you can start going into the get yourself one of them airboats and start catching yourself some pythons. Because I imagine the Everglades there, those pythons are eating alligators. I've heard that pythons are eating alligators in the Everglades. So you would just have for the cost of like I don't know how much an airboat costs, like a used airboat. How much is a used airboat? Let me see. How much is a used airboat for swamps? Let me see this. Between $5,000 and $80,000. I believe that Rick can probably build one for $300 and some duct tape. I have faith in you, Rick. I know you can build one. And then you can start going out, and you would never have to buy food again. You just live off of the pythons. Evelyn finally got coffee. Oh my goodness gracious. Rick said, I did fix the iguana problem in my neighborhood. I need to contact the mayor of where you live, and have him give you the key to the city. Like, thank you, Rick, for taking care of the iguana problem we had. How many iguanas do you think you've eaten over the last, 10 years? I'm curious. And Lisa says, I'm already 2 cups in. And Rick said it'll be 86 degrees here today. Well, you know what? It might be 86 degrees there, but how's the humidity? Does it, in the wintertime, when it gets like this, is it less humid, more humid? It seems like it might be warm, but it's not as sticky as it would be in August or June. I don't know. I'm just making up things. I have no idea. I've never even been to Miami. The furthest south I've been is Orlando. So, that's that. Evelyn said, Carl made great potato soup this week. Oh my goodness, that sounds delicious. And Josephine says, I think she pees for attention. Only time she does on my bed is when she gets the zoomies. That's still not okay. I still don't want to go to bed and smell cat piss. I just don't. And I mean, I like other people's animals, but I want them to deal with them. We have dogs now in our house. We have cats in our house. I have to make sure we're feeding our cat. I only have to deal with one cat because the other 3 cats are in their room, which I don't know how that's going to work with the baby gets here and all that stuff. Because I bet you the first time those cats pee in that bassinet or whatever, they're going to be like, these cats got to go. The baby is going to take precedent. Again, if you go and take a look at KetoSimple.shop, we do have links in there should you want to help with anything for the baby, diapers, anything like that. We've got that up there. We've got all those things with Amazon. There's a Kohl's link. I have a Christmas list that I put up there. It's just a couple of items in there, nothing crazy. I mean, there's some expensive stuff in there, but you know, I'm a weirdo. Or, you know, if you're going to buy a Keto Chow Salty, anything like that, please take a look at that. And I do have whatchamacallit up here. If I can find my chat. I do have a goal up here, 10 super chats. Probably it's a lofty goal, but I figured if we can reach that goal, then I would probably do some kind of big like holiday stream before Christmas for everybody. Try to get Shander involved, and we'll do something fun for all y'all. Just letting you know what's out there. I love you guys. No, there's never any obligations. Never feel obligated, but every little bit helps this channel. Every little bit helps us with everything we've got going on. We truly appreciate it. I need a private plane. I'm just kidding. Be like one of them televangelists. The Lord says I need a third private jet. No. Just buy some Salty, buy some Keto Chow, get a discount. Help me out. I appreciate it. Anyway, Cindy is here. We love you, Cindy. How are you doing? You're probably already gone by now because it's been 40 minutes. I've been jabber-jawing the whole day. Woo! Super Chat Kevin is here. Hello, Kevin. Glad to see you, my friend. And he says, thumbs up and share it on Reddit. Please thumbs up. Do me a favor also. I understand that if you go in to the share button and click share and copy the link, it's the same for YouTube that you've shared it somewhere. So if all of you that are watching from YouTube right now, 29 of you, go in and click the share button and click copy the link, YouTube thinks 29 people have shared this out. Let's see how that works, because that was something that Sunny was talking about, and she's here. Say hello to Sunny. I'll bring her stuff up here in a little bit, but I appreciate all of you. Let me know if you've done that. I've got 2 people watching over on Rumble, 5 people watching on X. All of you are wonderful. Say hello. 3 people now on Rumble. That's incredible. Amy says, we are getting snowed on again. Roads are pretty crappy here. I have to go sing at church. All have a great day. Well, be safe. We love you. Get there safe. Take your time. I'd rather you be late than never. Every time Jordy sees you, she wants to braid your beard. It just hurts. It doesn't look good and it hurts. Like I can't move my neck. I can't do anything when the beard is braided. It's not long enough to be like those. It's not long and thick enough like those Viking beards where they've got like their mustache braided into here, and then it just hurts. It's not comfortable. Because as cool as that is, if my beard looked that cool and it didn't hurt, I would have it braided all the time. If it looked badass like that, like in those Viking movies, you think I wouldn't be doing that already? Like I saw something the other day, they were talking about like Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's, that somebody said they saw them throwing away like 100 sandwiches. And like, that's so wasteful. And I was thinking, if you would think that any company you see doing something like that, they're doing it for a reason. Is it a good reason? Maybe not. But is it a reason that they have to follow legally? Probably, because you figure that if a company could write off those sandwiches on their taxes, giving them to charity, giving them to homeless shelters and all that stuff, you think they wouldn't be doing that? Do you think they would just be throwing them in the trash if there was a way that a company could do it and not only give, but also get back in the process? Because I imagine throwing them away does them no good. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I said that, but that's where I'm at. Stacy is here. Good morning, Stacy. We love you. You and Ken, we love you so much. I'm glad you're here, my dear. And Cindy is 100% correct, finally. She says cat pee smell is the worst. It really is. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's awful. And Evelyn says, Josephine, can you get plastic sheets like the ones for people who wet the bed? Or, you know what I mean? Like, Uncle, what's his name from Christmas Vacation? Rubber sheets and some gerbils. Anyway, Tanya's in the house. Hi ho, off to work I go. Boo! Quit your job. But anyway, thank you for being here, Tanya. We appreciate it. We love you. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard. Quiet quit. Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do. Josephine says, I have a protector on mine. She was going to get one tomorrow. Too late. Ugh. That's why we never let cats in our bedroom. We never let any animals in our bedroom. This is our animal-free zone. People saying hello to Kevin. Lewis is here. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, all. How are we this morning? We're doing fantastic. We're having the time of our lives. We're talking. We're having a good time. We're drinking coffee. Yeah, and Carl says cat peeing on the wrong things is an indication of physical and or psychological stress. Check diet. Well, we changed their diet, so they were having less issues with the crystallization in their kidneys and all that stuff. So they were having an easier time peeing. Said make sure the vet says they're healthy. Kidney issues are common with eating dry food. And we have like the water fountains, like the stainless steel water fountains. So they were drinking lots and lots and lots more water than they did before we got those. When we had the static water, just like the pooling water, they didn't drink that as much. They just didn't drink as much water. So we were doing everything we could. I just don't know. Yeah. Aaron says, I have never understood Weight Watchers. I know their point system, but I don't know how it works. My mom lost 50 pounds on it, though. Yeah. Is a 0.1 watch your food popcorn air popped. But who air pops popcorn anymore? Like, who wants air popped? You want a little bit of fat that, like, makes it flavorful. And Evelyn says, Weight Watcher is fiber over fat. Evelyn says, I've done Weight Watchers, Deal a Meal, Slim Fast, Lean Cuisine, and more. None work before keto. Well, that's the thing is I did all those things too. And a little bit when I get through the chat a little bit better, I'll kind of go over one thing I did at one point in time that I actually saw results without even really understanding what I was doing. It's more of a hindsight issue that I had. Josephine says, I really only tried vegan as a kid up till I was 10 or 11. And a lot of young kids have like meat aversions. They just don't want to eat meat. Like we struggle getting our younger granddaughter to eat meat. Even though when she was baby, she would eat bacon and steak and butter and she loved it. But as they get older, they kind of go through a little bit of a rebellion phase. And she just likes bread and things like that. Like she likes that kind of stuff. So we do make her eat chicken nuggets and stuff. And I mean, is that the best? No, but I feel like you're kind of doing a whole like losing a battle kind of thing. Evelyn says only 11 likes, 27 watching. What's up with that? Yes, hit that like button. If you would please go into the share button, click share, click copy, and it copies to the clipboard. Allegedly, YouTube thinks that you have shared that and does help the algorithm, helps me get pushed out to more people. And Thomas says, sorry, I left for a bit to make my first meal. That is perfectly fine. We all have our lives to live, my friend. Josephine says, keto lost 30 kilograms. So that's like 60 pounds. But mama thought she knew best. So I cut back on food, stopped losing, and ended up in the hospital. Carnivore was the first time I felt no headaches. It's weird. I love that. I'm glad you're finding your path, Josephine, and your people. I'm glad we're your people. Karen Harrington is in the house. Good morning, Karen. And me singing, she'll leave again. She'll be like, I don't want to hear you singing. Booby Goats has got to go shopping. Buy me something good. I am a size 7-day, 7 night, whatever it is, 8-day trip to Disney World. Anyway. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Brian says eat whole, real food, single ingredient as much as possible. 1,000%. And Brian's business says benefit and essential are two different conditions. Yes, carbs will provide a quicker energy release in an athletic space. There is an argument there, though, although Sean Baker might disagree. I get it. I mean, you know, but again, he's one individual. Sean is one individual. And, yeah. Risa, good morning. Got my coffee and my caffeinated salty to start the day. I'm a little on the fence about the caffeinated salty. It's like, I'm already struggling with as much caffeine as I'm getting with, like, this is like 600 milligrams of caffeine. Do I need more? I'm probably going to have more because I like my diet soda and I probably should stop that. I don't know how and all these things. Well, I'm doing the best I can, people. But here we are. But welcome, Risa. Glad to see you. Glad that you got your coffee. And Bryce, because it said he crushed records on carnivore, but this is all modern, not evolutionary. I'm looking to thrive, not excel in the athletic performance space. It's individualistic for certain. Yeah, 100%. And Lewis says meat is available 365 days a year. In our current society, yes. But if we were to go back 200 years, was meat available every day to every person? Absolutely not. Go back 500 years. Did people have meat every day? No. They had meat when they could catch it. You know what I mean? I mean, if you go back 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, we are living in a very different time than any other time in the history of the world as far as we are aware. Again, humans have amnesia to the past. There's so many missing pieces to what we understand about the past that we don't truly know. So we're just kind of like guessing and using educated guesses for most of it. Yeah, Bryce Biscuit says, I mean, oats and beans keep certain cultures from starving. There is a role. 100%. That's what I'm saying is, like, we have to look at current society. Things are different. But if this society were to change or shift in a way we don't expect, how do we survive? Do we know how to survive? Which, I mean, I know that's a completely different question, but the people who are like, you know, carbohydrates aren't essential are going to be essential at some point, probably in the future, to our survival, because carbohydrates play a role. They may not be in perfect conditions essential to live, but not everybody is going to be able to be zero carb and thrive. Yeah, not starving is different from not thriving. Yeah, and so I mean, some people will need things to not starve. Some people will need things to thrive. Not everybody needs the same things to thrive. Some, like carnivore, some people are going to thrive on carnivore. Some people are only surviving on carnivore, but they're not necessarily thriving. So I imagine we're going to see over time, we're probably going to see people who are 100% carnivore shifting away from that. And this is just a guess. And I'm not trying to be controversial with this guess, but I imagine there's going to be a subset of people who need to add things back into their diet. They're going to be adding some broccoli or whatever the case is. Now, there's going to be people who don't. And they are going to thrive, and that's going to be fine. But again, we understand that proper human diet and what is going to cause a person to survive versus thrive is going to be a spectrum. Josephine, $2 Australian, a Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts. I thank you so very much for that, Josephine. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you so very much. And Carl's right here, 100%. He says, sadly, the curriculum was paid for by Big Pharma, and Abbott's Lab is the main backer. Follow the money. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and Evelyn says, love you, Robin and Callie. That's right. And Brian says, there is no such thing as zero carbs. Everything has some amount of carbohydrates. It might be a fractional amount, but it has them. Yeah, eggs are like basically you look at an egg as about a half a carb. So if you eat a dozen eggs, that's about 6 carbs. But does it impact your blood sugar? No. And there's no magic number of carbohydrates that's going to impact your like there's no well, I had when we were starting keto back in the day, it was 20 net carbs. And people were like, I had 21 net carbs a day. I failed. Did you? Did you really? Because even if you counted exactly and weighed everything exactly, there's still a 20% shift either way in the food. I mean, it's just the way it is. There's no way to perfectly weigh meat to where you know you're getting exactly this much fat, this much protein. It's just not. Because there's no way. I mean, I'm sure you can send a piece of chicken breast off or a steak off to a laboratory and get the exact amount. But when you pull it from the package after buying it from the butcher shop and put it there's no way to know. You just know that meat weighs this much and it looks to be about that fatty. So you're going to be getting about this much protein and about that much fat. You're getting a guesstimate. It's only a guesstimate. Josephine says, so true. I think that's why I don't want to start a channel. Why? Would love to see your beautiful face. Do it. Everybody needs a channel. And here's why. Whether or not you have a channel or not is either here nor there. Okay. But if you go on someone's live, you go on a channel with somebody else, share your story with as many people as you can. Go on Dave Mack and share your story. Go and sit down with Cindy and Amy and Thomas and anybody who has a platform where they talk with people, interview them. Come talk with me on a Saturday. We can do it. Share your story as many places as possible, because no matter how you think your story may sound like everybody else's, there's always going to be some little difference in your story that may fully resonate with somebody who's just out there lurking, just listening, waiting to find something they didn't know they were going to find. You know, right now there's 43 total people watching across 3 platforms. They're listening. There's not 43 people chatting in this chat right now. 35 people on YouTube, 5 on X, 1 over on Rumble. So not everybody's going to be chatting, but they're watching. Josephine says, I'm the worst with words, and that's okay. You will find your voice. Do you think I sounded like this when I first started? Absolutely not. Go watch the first video on my channel, and I do sound nothing like I do now. It takes practice, it takes time, and that's perfectly fine. Can't give up ginger for soups. Green onions. I love onions. I put onions in my steak. I mean, I don't think I could ever. I mean, I'm primarily carnivore. When I am not off the rails doing stupid shit, I'm primarily carnivore. But I like onions. I like a little bit of cheese sometimes. I like garlic. And I don't think those things are inhibiting me from being successful. It's the other stuff that I put in my body that's keeping me from being successful. The stuff the kids leave out on the counter, the stuff the kids leave out on the table, the stuff that's in the pantry, the freezer, the fridge, all over the place. There's bags of all kinds of stuff everywhere. So I'm kind of, it's not the green onions, it's not the garlic, it's not the onions, it's not the mustard or the cheese. It's all those other things that are really impaling me right now. And I'm struggling and I'm battling and I'm fighting it with everything that I have. Am I being 100% successful? Absolutely not. But I'm being 100% authentic and real about it because this is a new scenario for us. And I am struggling. I am battling. I'm in the trenches. I am doing everything I can right now. And do I lose? Sure. Do I make bad choices? Almost every single day. But I'm human. You're human. None of us are perfect. Our intentions are perfect, but our execution always falls short. And that's okay. But I still come here and I'm still going to be honest and open about things with you guys to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my ability. And Carl says, to be clear, I was criticizing the article for spreading non-scientific misinformation, not criticizing the choices that people make. And oh yeah, 100%. And I look at that kind of article and they're promoting what is like FDA, and they're not telling anything that you wouldn't hear in a class or a dietitian would tell you. They're not spreading what they think is misinformation. I mean, they're not lying as far as they understand. I mean, maybe they know more than they let on, but they're going based on the information they're required to go on. So they're not technically lying. But we know better, right? We always know better, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? John says, going to watch my church online now. We'll try and touch base with you after it's done. Bye for now. Well, thank you, sir. See you again soon, my friend. Have a great day. And Josephine says, you can watch church online. Yeah, that's a growing thing. There's a lot more churchy. There's a lot of church YouTube channels that go live with their church plays. Because, I mean, you got to figure there's a lot of older people that's just easier for them to watch from home, or when it all really started and the infrastructure was set in place during COVID and, the pandemic and all that stuff. So they put a lot of money into it. So, I mean, they might as well continue to do it. And then, they can have people come in, they can have people watch from home. Like, if you don't feel good, you don't have to go out, you don't have to get dressed, whatever, you can still watch from home. I think it's a great thing. I think every job that, if there's a possibility from work from home, should be able to work from home if they want to, or any kind of services like that should be at home. I think even like, I don't know what the legalities are with like funerals and stuff, but I figure that those should be kind of broadcast so people can watch. Then you kind of have it again for posterity reasons and all that stuff, but they'd probably charge you $11,000 for the broadcast. Anyway. Brian's Biscuit says, I watch church online every other week and go in person otherwise. They are going today. I hope you have a good time there. Brad's Biscuit says, I was taking curcumin for osteoarthritis and kidney stones became a concern. Oh, yeah. Rick says there are pythons discovered even in neighborhoods eating pets. They need you, Rick. That could be your Avenger, Rick the python eater. Think of how many iguanas those pythons have eaten. Think of the delicious, succulent iguana that you could have eaten, Rick, that have been eaten by those pythons. Now you have to eat the pythons. Am I right, Rick?
Let's get dangerous.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. There's Sunny Chronicle. Good morning, Sunny. Good to see you. Oh, my head is itchy. Rick said he's had over 400 iguana. I love that. I've never had iguana. One of these days I need to try some. Risa says, I got my electrolytes and my Nespresso peppermint pinwheel. I'm happy. I love that. I'm going to have some electrolytes in a little while. Ugh. Brick says the humidity is always over 70%. That's terrible. Ugh. Thomas says, Dustin, by Rick or in general? I mean, let's say Rick's probably single-handedly devastated the iguana population in his neighborhood. I'm surprised he hasn't started going out to other neighborhoods and started picking them off. Like, just get like he needs to get like his car wrapped, your local iguana eater, and just like put your phone number on your car. I'm like, do you have iguana problems? Call me. That's a great idea, Rick. You need, I mean, you need to get like and you could save, you need to get a cell phone, Rick, because that way you can be like, you can put your phone number on your car. I mean, really, you could just get one of those like ones that are just the minutes, like for like $25 or whatever, $30 a month, like $30 for the first month. Put the number on the side of your car, spray paint it on the side. Like, iguana problems? No problem. I'll eat it. Well, don't tell them that. Just like, hey, I'll come get your iguanas. And then you're like, you're just going to be like fed for months and months. It's going to be great. See, I'm an idea man. I'm trying to help Rick eat iguanas. And Cindy was asking, how are things with the baby? I touched on that at the beginning of the stream. They have another appointment on Tuesday. Again, like I said, they are... When the last two times last week, they went 2 days in a row trying to image the baby, so the doctor has more information before the 19th. So when the doctor goes in to do the C-section, she has as much information as she has, and she can, utilize. But the baby wasn't moving as much as they wanted it to during the time of the photos. But my daughter said as soon as she left, she was swimming around and moving around. It was just the timing that they wanted to take the photos, that they wanted to do the imaging, that she was just not cooperating. And I'm like, that stands to reason. She's her mommy's daughter, because we just keep multiplying these women. We've got Chandra, we've got our daughter, our granddaughter. They are like the same person. They're like Russian nesting dolls. They have the same tempers. They have the same everything. And I know this one's going to be just another one, just going to be a tinier version. Terrorize me. I'm going to love them all the same. Josephine says, I'm kidding, Rick. Not sure if the place they were talking about was around you. Looked like there was a lot of swampland. Yeah, Sonny says, LOL, third private jet. I know, like our first two private jets, they're great. I mean, you would have to understand, if I had a private jet... If I had private jets, I'd be hanging out. I'd fly to see Cindy. I'd fly to hang out with Rick. I'd be flying to Australia to see Josephine. I'd be doing whatever I could do. I'd be flying like, I'm just going to hop on my jet, fly somewhere. Let's go. But I don't have those things. Ugh. Cindy, 40 minutes later, and I'm great. Dustin It Plays in the house. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Manix Gaming says, I'm surprised no one has donated for Rick's blood work because he would just spend it on iguanas. He wouldn't go to get blood work. Sean said, copied the link. Sonny said, shared. Josephine, from my understanding, you don't have to paste it anywhere. All you do is just copy it. I mean, if you have a Facebook or anywhere, you can paste it there. Share it on Facebook. Do whatever. It works. Cindy said she copied the link. I love it. I love it. Every time an iguana tail swings, Rick eats one. Day of my life, Hans is, hey, Helen, how are you, dear? I haven't seen you in a while. I've been thinking about you. I've been checking my messenger, and you haven't messaged me, and I haven't messaged you back. But it's been so much with the holidays here. I need to reach out to you later today and just send a voice note to you and let you know how much I appreciate you. and need to know what's going on with you. You said, and I know there's a super chat down here somewhere. I'm going to get to that here. Keto Love and Lisa, you changed your name? All right, there we go. Keto Love and Lisa says, my kitties are always with me. Raven would be miserable if she wasn't by my side. Some cats want to be right next to you and some want nothing to do with you. All right, let's see. Risa says she doesn't want to go down the stairs to go out. My son has to lift her to take her down the stairs. She's 70 pounds. OMG. Bry's Biscuits off to peace out, fam. I was one way and now I'm completely different, and the thing that happened in between was him. All right. Welcome. Be safe. Have a good rest of your day. Cindy says, Max has been doing that peeing in his bed. We put it in the washer with his other beds. Dang it, if he didn't do it again the same day, back in the washer. Well, Max is going to get to the age where I don't think he probably doesn't have a choice. He's just kind of letting it go wherever he is. There we go. Helen for $9.99 sterling. I'm not on plan at the moment. Completely fell off, so need to think what I need to do, but sending lots of love. You're here. Just be with community. Finding what's best for you is not an easy thing to do. Okay? We have to understand that what is going to work takes time. And it's not about perfection, it's about consistency. And you are going to find it, and you're going to find your consistency. I know. I have faith in you. I do. And thank you again so much for that. I truly appreciate this. Carl says you have to have local pickup systems in place. Sandwiches must get placed in the freezer as soon as they expire. Then the shelters have to pick up right away. No systems equals trash. Yeah, and the sad thing is a lot of the Buc-ee's are not around any systems in place, right? A lot of Buc-ee's are in the middle of nowhere. Now, at least when they first open up, I imagine, then infrastructure kind of comes up around them. Kind of like how Costco's work sometimes, where because there's two different models. Like a Walmart will come in, and typically Walmart might devastate an ecosystem. It might shutter shops around town. Where Costco comes in, and Costco will grow infrastructure and grow, and restaurants will pop up and all that stuff. And you may see some of that depending on where the Walmart comes in. Like if Walmart comes in into a thriving area, then things will pop up. But in Brownsburg, there's a Walmart and a Kroger, and the Kroger's doing well. Walmart does well, and then there's an Avon, there's a Costco. There's a Walmart, a Kroger, there's an Aldi. The same thing with Brownsburg, but yeah. Evelyn says, thank you for supporting this channel. 100%. I truly appreciate every piece of support, whether it's monetary, whether it's just being here and chatting with me, sharing things, commenting, liking, doing all the things, being a part of my family. It's huge, and I love each and every one of you for that. Yeah, and Cindy's right, Helen. Don't beat yourself up. Take one day at a time and do what you need to do. This isn't an exact science. It might be, but we don't have all the information. Each person is so drastically different. I'm off the rails right now, and it's ridiculous, and I am struggling, and I know what to do. I know what's worked for me for years. And I'm still clawing back, but there's outside factors. And I know that those are excuses, but I'm acknowledging that they're excuses, but they are excuses that are difficult for me to get around. Holly Springer's in the house. Good morning, Holly. So very, very glad to see you. Welcome. Welcome this fine Sunday morning. Hope it's not too cold where you are. Hope you have your coffee, and it's delicious like always. Evelyn said, I had a chance to make some treats for a gluten-free friend at work this week. chocolate keto chow fudge and toffee pecans. I bought cupcakes for the kids to have. Well, that's amazing, Evelyn. You are such a wonderful person, Evelyn. And I'm totally, I mean, and I know it sounds like lip service, but I'm super excited that I have a chance to know you and all of you. But, you know, it's nice to know that there's someone as sweet as you in this world, Evelyn, because there's a lot of things going on in this world that kind of make us feel like all hope is lost. And then there's people like you, Evelyn, that really just showcase that the world isn't lost and there are great people out there. You and Carl and your daughters and all you wonderful people. Thank you. Oh, let's see. Rick says, I'm an example of what happens on carnivore without working out. Yeah, but you're physically active. You're always on the move. You're riding your bike. You're lifting heavy things with equipment and stuff. It's not like you're sedentary. Not like you're not somebody who is just in the gym all day. So Sean Baker is Sean Baker because he has the luxury of being in the gym all day. Like, he's basically being paid to be in the gym. He makes content. Probably he makes content for about 2 hours, pays someone to edit his content. He does live streams probably in the evening or the mornings, and he works out anytime he's not doing those things. He doesn't go to the grocery store. He probably doesn't shop for himself. He probably has somebody who does that for him. His wife probably does that for him. I just don't see Sean Baker at the grocery store. Now, I could be 100% wrong. I'm just kind of how I would feel about someone of his stature. You know, it's like, you know, does Dr. Barry go grocery shopping for himself? I doubt it. Now, there are videos of him in the grocery store, but it's probably unlikely if you're down in his town and go to Piggly Wiggly, you're going to run into Dr. Barry. It's probably just not the way it's going to be. I mean, I could be wrong. Rick says, I have a list of survival foods I can eat without getting sick. It's always one thing to have, right? Sean says, well, time for us to head to Universal Studios Park. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Sean, have the best time. You and Shell, enjoy it. Lots of photos. I've never been to Universal, so just let me know what's going on. I've never been. Let me see what's going on. Give me some cool Harry Potter stuff, pics and all that stuff. If that's what you're going for, I want to see it. Dustin at Play said, when did Keto Chow announce the caffeine salty? That was over the Black Friday time. Let me go and look and see. Right now, it's just a sampler pack of 3. I don't think they have them in full. Well, let me see. Oh, they do. You can buy blue slushy. Here, let me share my screen here. I'm going to remove this here. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at everything that they have. And again, you can hit their link by going to KetoSimple.shop if you want to buy some. We have the sampler, so you can try the sampler 3-pack. It gives you one of each flavor, which looks to be, what does it say? What's included? You get 1 blue slushy, 1 cherry chill, and 1 zesty orange. Each have 100 milligrams of caffeine. So that's half of like a Ghost or a C4. And then you can buy full bags of blue slushy. So if you bought this from me and you get a 10% discount, you would get it for the $29.70 if you use my link. And if you use my link and to subscribe and save, I don't know if you still save 10% or 20%. I don't know. I think it's still just 10%. But if you use my link, you get 10% off. Let's see. Then there is the caffeinated cherry chill, and then the caffeinated zesty orange, which I have each of those. I just haven't tried them yet. I have 3 packs of each flavor. The blue is one of the, I mean, if you're not talking about grape, because grape to me, grape is the goat, right? Grape is the absolute goat for me. But Blue Sushi is second. Blue Sushi is second to me to that. So grape is number one. Radical Grape is the best. So always, if you wouldn't mind, support the channel. Support me by keeping grape being manufactured and keep it in stock. So buy grape. I appreciate that. And as always, there's still this out there. You can still get some. You can still get some of this carrot cake, among other flavors. And Dustin at places that would like to go back and watch that announcement. Jerry says, good morning, rough night. The body was screaming for the keto chow salty and electrolytes. So I just did a quick short video about my pain and how I resolved it. Nipping it in the bud nipping. So I don't know. Let us know, Jerry, what, and the people in the chat, let us know what you were trying to do. Were you trying to go for, because you were only doing a dry fast for a certain amount of time. It was one day. And how are you incorporating electrolytes each day? Did you get some clean slate? Because that's what I try to keep, at least a bag or two of clean slate in the house, just in case I decide to do an extended fast, because I feel that making sure I have enough electrolytes in my system is paramount, because I will take some salty, clean slate, and I will add in some supplementing as well, because I find that sometimes the salty is too salty. In the beginning of the fast, it's not. Now, last time I did a 7-day fast, like the first few days was fine. And then as the week went on, I had to add more and more water per packet. So that's definitely something to consider. Listen to your body. Your body's going to tell you things. But I always want to make sure that if I, to mitigate not having cramping at night, that I was getting enough potassium and magnesium. At night, felt like I was getting enough sodium, because I was having issues with it being too salty for me to drink, which that led me to believe that my body was saying, hey, bud, we're probably okay on salt right now, but I wanted to make sure I was getting enough of the potassium and the magnesium, and I was taking a compound magnesium with 5 to 10 different types of magnesium, depending on because I have used different products before. But yeah. Risa says, I don't know why Keto Chow added caffeinated salty to the lineup, but I'm glad they did. It is tasty and natural energy drink. I'm drinking it right now. I think they do it because there is a market for caffeine. And I think that there's a limited market out there for people who want caffeine. There's a limited market, I think, for caffeinated electrolytes. I think it's kind of a brilliant idea. I don't know how many are out there right now. Let me see. I need to find something just real quick here. I'm just trying to add something to my favorite. So, because I forgot about something and I found it again, and I want to make sure I don't. There we go. I don't know how many flavors, or let's see. Let's see. There's very few. There's like Liquid IV has some. What's it called? None. The Noon, N-U-U-N. Liquid IV has a sugar-free strawberry kiwi hydration plus energy, better hydration, caffeinated hydration supplement. Obviously, Salty comes up with a sponsor here, Pure Kick. But I don't know, but how clean are these? We don't know how clean these are. So I think right now, Salty is going to be the cleanest, best option, because we know that Liquid IV has a Port Track, or not Liquid IV. We know Liquid IV has maltodextrin. Most of them have a maltodextrin. We know Element has a Port Track record. So we can go no sugar added, sugar free. Water Boy is a new one out there. That looks like they're selling stuff at Target. But I don't think they're maltodextrin free. Yeah. So it's just not a lot of options. So I think it's great for him to get ahead of it and get them, and maybe they can create the market and they can decide how the market behaves. So I imagine they'll start with 3 flavors, and depending on how they sell, they may add more. I imagine they can probably get to a point where they have each flavor and then each flavor caffeinated as well. Hanging with Jen is here. Morning, y'all. Well, good to see you. Glad to see you so much. And Helen says, I fell off track because carnivore was probably too strict, and now I'm eating cakes and sweets again. So we'll see. So we will see what happens, but going to try and get these out of my diet again after the new year. Yeah, it's so hard because old habits and old things, especially because they're so comforting. That comfort that I feel when I have those foods is like, it's ridiculous. The dopamine, like just the idea of like sitting down, relaxing in my chair, eating stuff that I know I shouldn't, whether it's like raw, but for me it was always ramen noodles, macaroni and cheese, that type of thing. Not to say that I don't eat cakes and cookies and stuff like that too, because I will, but it's not what I necessarily gravitate towards. And that's kind of one of the hardest things for me, especially in the beginning, was staying on track, was the foods that I found the most comforting. My go-to ways of dealing with things were no-go anymore. And I'm dealing with a whole new way of life. And I'm thinking, and I had to find new ways of doing things. And yeah, you do, and you find it. But at the same time, like, it's still rough. And it's still like, I still have ramen every once in a while. I still have mac and cheese every once in a while, whether it's craft or homemade. I still incorporate those things into my life every once in a while. And I know it's a dangerous proposition, but also at the same time, like, I kind of feel like if I don't have something to look forward to, like if I don't have like, oh, I'm going to have that next month, I'm going to have, maybe on my birthday, I'll have some of that. Or like at Christmas time, I know we're going to have pizza or whatever the case is, right? I know, like, then it's going to be more difficult to stay away from it. Then it's like, oh, I want it now. I want it now. Why, and I know it can be counterintuitive, and each person's different, but you have to get to know you. You have to be honest with you. Have a serious sit-down conversation with yourself. Whether you're writing things out, put pen to paper and write out your thoughts, write out your feelings, type it out, do whatever you need to do. Sit down with your spouse, talk it out. Say, hey, I need you to listen to me for half an hour. I don't need any response. I just want to talk things out. And I want to say it out loud. I want you to hear me. Just because I need to talk through this and I need someone there with me. All these things help. You know? And Brian says, steak and eggs for breakfast, made 4 keto chow creamies, and started dinner while watching. Good morning. Look at that side. Look at Brian. Brian's the guy with the plan. And Jerry says, oh, yeah, I left a comment here while I was in excruciating pain. Jerry, I'm so very sorry, dear. I hope you get that figured out. There's no reason to be in pain. Like, for me, like, if I'm doing something and I'm in serious pain, that's the body's way of telling you it is not right. It's not okay. The body doesn't like it. Either you have to do something and rectify it, and I know you're doing like a 40-day fast for religious reasons and all of that. And, and I would never tell you to stop something out of that. But at the same time, listen to your body, please. And I don't necessarily mean that your body may or may not be telling you to stop the fast, but your electrolytes are getting low and your body's not happy about it. Jerry's going to be doing online church today. Lewis says meat was available 365 days a year. Plants were not. Whether or not the hunt was successful is another story. Well, I mean, even there was animals available, but not always. I mean, think about it. Like there were times of disease. There were times where they may have had rabbit. There's like rabbit starvation is a thing for a reason. People weren't able to get beef. They weren't able to get elk. They weren't able to get deer. They weren't able to get buffalo. They had to get rabbits or squirrels, and then that caused an issue. So the abundance of meat that we see now is not the way it's always been. But I mean, is there always animals in the forest? Probably. I mean, are they eating birds? I mean, chickens and ducks and geese. But they're not eating sparrows and robins unless you absolutely need to, I guess. Jerry says, wow. Hey, now, Dustin, you seriously stole one of my talking points for the live video I will be doing this morning, and it was about Rick, so touche. Hey, listen. You have people watching your channel that don't watch mine, and vice versa. So I don't think, and I had no idea what you were going to talk about today, but I'm going to say, like, even if, I would have voted had I known, but you know what I mean? Like, still talk about what you're going to talk about. Please, by all means, don't take a subject that I just put out and not talk about it. Because we all need to be talking about all of these subjects. It takes all of us. Jerry says, my name is in the middle of the forest. That's right. And Josephine says, it's good, Jerry. It's good, Jerry. Good to hear things more than once. You get your thinking more. Sorry, I'm not sure which point, but why it would be good to hear your thoughts too. Yeah, because even if I am touching on a subject you were going to touch on, I'm not going to have the same perspective as you. I'm not going to have necessarily the same thought process as you, even if it's the same subject. So, yeah. So go subscribe to Jerry. She needs your subscribers. Watch her content. Do it all. Do the thing. I love it. Keto living Lisa. I thought it was Keto loving Lisa at first. Keto living Lisa. I did. I gotta have a cool name to go with my cool personality. I love it. I love it. Jerry says, thank you, sweet Evie. This live will be full of hot topics as I ask several people to join in if they are free about YouTube, starting tips, comments, and suggestions, so it should be a fun one. I love it. Yeah, Costco recently filed a lawsuit against the federal government. More to come. They filed a lawsuit against the tariffs. And I think, some people are mad about that. And I'm like, if I was a company and I'm losing money, why wouldn't I file suit? It's not a partisan issue. It's not a political issue. It's, as a store, has the government done something that causes me to lose money? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know the ins and outs. And I don't care if it's, I don't really care about the partisan issue, because I don't care. Because, I mean, realistically, whoever's running the government's the same side of the same coin, different side of the same coin. There's no real differences. And people might argue with me, and that's fine. That's just the way I see it. I don't think any side is better than the other. They're both corrupt. And they're both trying to undermine us as citizens of the United States. Anyway, I don't know. I just kind of feel like, I mean, if they have a lawsuit, let them file the lawsuit. They'll either win or they won't. It doesn't mean I don't like Costco. I love Costco. And them filing a lawsuit has no bearing on my love for Costco. Because I don't care about the partisan issue. Julie is in the house. So good to see you, dear. She says, good morning, friends. Good morning, Dustin. This is my day 2 of being back on plan. Welcome back, Mr. Cotter. Up your nose with a rubber hose. Anyway, welcome. I'm glad you're back on plan. Day 2, stay consistent. Let's make it to day 3. Let's just really all you got to worry about is it's day 2. Just worry about day 2. Don't worry about day 3. Don't worry about what mistakes you made on day 1. Just worry about what you're doing today. Because when you go to bed at the end of day 2, you were successful. And then day 3, focus on day 3. Don't focus on day 3 until you get there, okay? One day at a time, my dear. Just keep it simple. Keep it stress-free as possible. Do what you need to do to find that success. And that goes for all of you. Let's see. Evelyn says, my Armageddon contingency is Keto Chow and Keto Brick. Yeah. I wish Keto Brick tasted better to me, but it just tastes bitter. Just tastes so bitter to me. I don't know why. And it's like, it doesn't like taste creamy. It doesn't taste like chocolate. It tastes like, it's almost like an ashy consistency to me. And I don't know. It just doesn't taste, and I know there's a lot of people who love Keto Brick, but to me it's bitter and ashy. It's like just the texture is off and the flavor is off. There's not a lot of flavor in there. And it's just a weird texture. Like, I could see, even if it didn't taste that bad, but had a good texture, I'd probably be more apt to eat it. But, like, the combo of not being as flavorful as I want and the texture not being as good as I need, that's, I kind of think, the issue for me. I don't know. Marisa says, I tasted the new prototype of Green Apple 2. It's sold out. It was really good. My bags of caffeinated salty came in a couple of days ago. I love it in the AM before my coffee. That's great. I love that. Yeah, Evelyn says, grape is a limited edition flavor right now, but if it sells out in a timely manner, they're more likely to bring it back. So go buy, baby. Buy. You know what I'm saying? Do what you can for me. Thomas says, I've never had Keto Chow. It took me a long time to try Keto Chow. I didn't try Keto Chow until probably 2023. I was keto in 2016. Keto Chow came out and really kind of hit the scene, I don't know, 2018, really hard, I think, or maybe because and I know Joe and Rachel started their channel in 2019, and I think they tried it early on. They didn't really understand it. So like 2020, it took me like really 3 years to try it. I saw it around. I saw them talking about it. I saw other channels talking about it. I got a couple of packets from a meetup that I went to with Jackie, Jaqueline, Jennifer Lucas, Ready Set Keto, Don Does Keto. I met all those wonderful people. Maitreya, we love Maitreya. All them, I met them at a meetup, and that was in 2023. That was in like December of 23. I met them, all of them. It was an amazing little meetup at a BW3s in Avon, Indiana. It was up the road from me, and I was like, hey, babe, we're going to this. Chandra even went because she wasn't working weekend option at the time, so she had the Saturday off. Because she would work sometimes, like, she preferred like Monday, she liked working like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but sometimes she'd have to work like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday or whatever. But yeah, so every once in a while she would have a Saturday off, and we went, and we met. That little meetup right there changed everything. It changed so much for me. It introduced me to Keto Chow, introduced me to Jackie and Jennifer Lucas, which, as you know, we are the ones who put together the Central Indiana meetup that we do twice a year. Well, we didn't do it the second time this year. Just logistics and issues were a little harder to deal with now that Jackie lives about 3 hours north instead of being in the same town kind of as me. So, you know, Jennifer lives down the road. Jackie now lives in Michigan, almost Michigan. She lives in Ohio, but almost Michigan. So, yeah, and then my friendship with James and Emily at Ready Set Keto, Don and Mike, hashtag more Mike from Don Does Keto, and Maitreya. And I know there were some other people there, but I don't truly remember them. There's some people that I would see at KPL. They live down closer to Louisville. So people traveled hours and hours, like, because Don and Mike live up by Cleveland almost. That's like 5 hours. So like that is crazy to me. So that just showed me how strong the community could be, because I was doing YouTube for a while before that, for like 2 years before that, and didn't have a real community. I'd have people that would comment on my channel, people who would watch, but there was no community. It was just missing it. Like, community is just so valuable. We take it for granted when we have it. But when we don't have it, there's something missing and you just can't quite put your fingers on it. You know what I mean? That's why I hope it never comes off as inauthentic or me just doing lip service, but how important you all are to me. It truly is. And one thing that I wanted to talk about too earlier is the fact that, like, one thing that I was doing years ago, I was working at a warehouse. And my shift was 4 p.m. My shift was supposed to be 4 to 12:30. So 4 p.m. to 12:30 at night. But oftentimes they would just make us work all this weird overtime. So it'd be like 4 to 1, 4 to 2, 4 to 1:30, 4 to 3, 4 to 3:30, 4 to 4, depending on what was going on. We were a music distribution warehouse. So we would supply, and when I first started, we basically were supplying Walmarts and Kmarts with music. And we had the machines that were automated that put the plastic security things on, like those big plastic security things that went around the CD that were like handles or whatever. We had machines that put those on. We had people that would walk back and forth the machines and fill the machines with those things, and they would drop down in, and the machine would slap the CD in, and we'd load boxes and push the boxes on a conveyor belt. They'd go around, they'd get on a truck and go to Walmart, Kmart. And then we slowly added different stores like Palmyra and Shopko. And then we started doing Best Buy, which Best Buy was like the super deep catalog stuff. So it wasn't the hits that we were sending. We started doing the deep catalog. So like the stuff that each store only has one of. So as you were flipping through the CD selection at Best Buy, the stuff like, not the new album, not last year's album, but like 10 years ago album. That's what we would be supplying to them, which was good for me because I'm a music nut. So I would get music at a discount. I think I would get it at like whatever it was below MSRP or whatever. So I'd get like CDs for like $8, which isn't bad. Sometimes I would get them early. But like one of my greatest achievements is getting the Tool album Lateralis like 4 days early. I got it on a Friday and it came out on Tuesday. Now new music comes out on Friday, but then it was Tuesdays. And I remember getting that album. I got 3 copies of it because I got a copy for 2 of my friends. And we were just sat at my house and listened to the new album. And it was like, because Anima is one of my favorite records of all time. Anima's in my top 10 records of all time. But yeah, anyway, so I kind of got off on a tangent about the warehouse itself, but I was doing, so 4 o'clock, I would go to work at 4 and I would sleep till about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I would get up, shower, hop in the car, go to work. So my lunch wasn't till 8:30. So I'd have my first meal of the day at 8:30. And then I wouldn't eat again until I got home. So a lot of times I was eating about 2 o'clock in the morning, roughly. And so I would have a meal at 8 and then I'd have a meal at 2 and I'd do whatever I was doing, go to bed, get up, go to work, 4 o'clock, eat again at 8. So 8 a.m. Or 8 p.m. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I was inadvertently doing 18-6 intermittent fasting for a long time, for months and months and months, without even realizing it. Was it perfect? Was it 100% consistent? No, because there was weekends involved, and I would go out to dinner with friends and whatever. So weekends were a little different, but the Monday through Friday was intermittent fasting, but I didn't even realize that was a thing at the time. And like I would come home, and there was a kick where I was eating rice. I was making like 2 bags of boiling bag rice and fill a pan with tilapia. So I was eating tilapia and rice with a lot of seasoning, like salt, garlic, and crushed red pepper, like an obscene amount of crushed red pepper. I was adding crushed red pepper into the water that I was boiling the rice in, as well on top of the fish. It was so hot and spicy. It was so good. I loved it. But that's what I was eating. And I started to lose weight. And I was also, a warehouse setting. I was on my feet all the time. But anyway, that's just kind of one of those things that I had that was kind of like inadvertently in the mid-2000s intermittent fasting without ever realizing that intermittent fasting was really a thing. I don't even know if they were calling it that then. Jerry says, "Whoa, my apologies. Just sat down with my first 12 cup of coffee at Joe. Good morning, dear Cindy. I'm glad to see you." Yeah, nobody likes cramps. Nobody wants cramps. Josephine says, "Dislike cramps. Ouch." Yeah, everybody hates them. Let's see. I mean, realistically, you could probably reach out to them as you have a channel. You could reach out to them, Thomas, and probably have them send you you could probably reach out to them on Instagram and have them send you a test pack. They'll probably send you one with a blender bottle and all that stuff. Say, hey, I'm going to try this for my channel. I'm going to see how it goes. Kind of give them your story a little bit. Let them know you have a channel and you would do a review. They'll more than likely send you a free, like a starter pack with a couple of different flavors, a bundle, and all that stuff. Just reach out to them. That's all you got to do. Just reach out to them on Instagram. Keto Chow. They're great. Their team is great. They're such a great group of people. Eva Lynn says the caffeinated electrolytes replace the energy drinks. Cheaper and cleaner. Love the new salty. I love it. I still need my energy drinks every once in a while. I just need the bubbles. And like just the bubble, like the bubbly water just doesn't do it. It just makes me thirsty. It feels like it's drying my mouth out. Jerry says 12-ounce cup of coffee, not 12 inches of Joe. This is not Jerry After Dark. I love it. JJ, my good buddy JJ, I was thinking about you yesterday. I was going through, now bear with me, JJ. I was going through the drive-through at McDonald's. I had done a mobile order to order a couple of sodas. Now, one thing is weird because if you use the mobile app on McDonald's, they want to give you free stuff. They give you free stuff. Like every day I could go through and I can get a medium French fry for a soda every day. One soda, I can do it every day. I mean, they might be able to do it more than once a day. Probably to just do multiple trips. I'd probably get fries 3 times a day probably. But what I did is I went and I ordered a large Diet Coke and a large Coke Zero, and one of those got me a free, because I put it in the app, I got a free medium French fry. I do that because the granddaughter and mommy share it. Mommy's pregnant, whatever. Do they need it? No. Is it terrible? Probably. All the stuff that goes into it, that's neither here nor there. But it was free and I got it for them. But my code to tell them it was me was JJ07 or something like that. And I was like, JJ. Anyway, long story, weird. That's fine. I'm a weird person. If you haven't figured that out by now, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a strange, weird person. Thomas says, someone suggested that I add some organ meat to my diet to help with my sudden drop of energy. I mean, really, you can start with, you can get some calf's liver and grind that up and mix it in with your hamburger. You're probably not going to notice the difference. You don't necessarily have to eat it all on your own. Brian is on it. I prep veggies for dinner later. I love it. Jerry says, Risa, I'm debating this year if it will be my last 40-day religious fast, because after that one day of dry fasting and feeling fabulous, I'm thinking about incorporating more dry fasting. I would imagine that dry fasting is probably definitely a good thing sometimes, as long as you're fully hydrated all the other times. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Patricia Hoffman says, I was literally in tears over apples. I used to make in canned jars of chunky applesauce with lots of cinnamon and some sugar, and I'm moving to Wayne County, New York, lots of orchards. Oh, my goodness. And apples, and again, I'm going to say something that's controversial, but I mean, I highly doubt anybody is obese because of apples. I highly doubt anybody's obese because they added garlic to their food or pepper or spices or onions. It's not the little things that cause us to be obese. It's the day in, the day out, the highly over-processed, highly palatable food, hyper-palatable foods that we ate day in and day out that really cause the problem. And then we villainize anything and everything that's not meat, to where I think apples are not a problem. I mean, if you're allergic to them or they cause you to eat other stuff, sure. But I mean, realistically, apples, we've been eating apples for millennia. Now, we didn't necessarily have the super duper sweet ones that we have now, but they were still pretty sweet, I'm sure. And if you're that worried about it, you can get more bitter apples than sweet apples. I'm sure they're out there. But anyway. And Lisa says, I never cared for apples, but I am very particular about the texture of my apples. I don't like the mushy, grainy ones. I like the firm, crunchy, sort of sweet ones. But they've got to have a crunch, no grit to them. Just, I don't know. It's just, there's the definite difference, right? I love the smell of cinnamon apples, too. I love it. And Keto Chow makes an apple pie flavor. That is true. I forget about it. I don't even know if I have any of that anymore. I don't even know if I have any. I've had it in the past. I know I've tried it once as a drink. Thought it was pretty good. Jerry says, listening, yes, and I have a bunch of electrolytes from Keto Chow, fasting drops, salty, plain, clean slate. Got to make some magnesium oil, though. Yeah, do it. Just Jason Keto is here. Good, happy Sunday, everyone, he says. I'm glad to see you, my friend. Yeah, Evelyn says it's probably the stevia sweetener in Keto Brick. Yeah, I know, because it does bother me in Keto Brick, but the stevia in the Keto Chow doesn't bother me. So the Keto Chow that utilizes stevia doesn't bother me, but it does in other products. And I'm pretty sure that I've heard that Chris says they source their stevia very intentionally, so they source a type of stevia that's going to less likely to be bitter. So I'm very thankful for that. Thomas is asking, wasn't Keto Chow introduced on the documentary Reversed? I don't know if I've ever seen that documentary before, so I'd have to take a look at that. I'll see if I can find it, but I don't know. And when did that documentary come out, Thomas? Let me know. Terry is here. Good morning, Terry girl. I'm glad to see you. Welcome. She says, good morning, peeps. I love it. Reverse was a documentary from Dr. Barry. I don't think I've ever heard that. Let me look this up. It was 2023, so no, they had been out longer than that. Keto Chow started... Keto Chow started in January of 2015, created by Chris Bear as a personal experiment to make a tasty, nutritional, complete meal replacement for the ketogenic diet, initially releasing the recipe for free before building into a business that shipped pre-mixed products. Late 2014, Chris Bear developed the high-fat, low-carb recipe for a ketogenic variant after working on Future Foods. January 2015, the recipe for Keto Chow was released publicly, and Bear began mixing it for others. January 2016, the venture became an official business, Keto Chow LLC. September 2016, which is when I started keto, operation moved from Bear's home to a commercial warehouse to handle growing demand. So, I started keto the same time Keto Chow moved to a commercial building. Fascinating. I love that. And I love a little bit of history behind that. Rick says, it's so hot I had to come inside to cool off. Oh, my goodness. It's currently 32 degrees where I'm at, so it is a freezing out here. Evelyn says, I wish I could go back to the beginning and order the biggest starter pack of Keto Chow. I got the little cheapest one. I started out with just a couple of packets, and I was super excited to try vanilla at the time, but then I was not very impressed with it the first time I tried it, because I don't think the initial flavors I didn't like very much. Like I had strawberry, which didn't really taste like strawberry to me. It kind of tasted like the pull and peel, licorice pull and peel from Twizzlers, and which is not a bad flavor for pull and peel, but for a liquid, it was weird. And the vanilla didn't taste very vanilla-like. It was more like it tasted more like what you would associate with drywall wallpaper paste. It just didn't have a flavor to it. And they said, well, you got to let it sit in the fridge for 24 hours. And I'm like, that's too long. I want it now. Then I tried it over again, and and then it was, and I've tried it new flavors and understanding how it works and how. I mean, I'm more likely to use it in a recipe than I am drink a shake. Yeah. Jerry says, no, Terry, I woke up with a horrific foot bilateral cramps. It was bad. Clean slate and perfect keto electrolyte pills helped big time. I love it. JJ says, my wife is obsessed with getting all the Grinch socks. Yeah, I saw that there was the whole thing with the McDonald's Grinch meals or whatever, the adult Happy Meals they're doing. Lisa, you can say something, doesn't make it true. I'm a very, very weird person. I only show you guys a little bit. It goes deep, okay? It goes deep. Woo! Terry says, I got to try to make the ricotta chaffles that Booby Goats made with her new waffle iron. I have a ricotta recipe, too. I made Keto Chow with before, Keto Chow ricotta waffles before. They were good. Evelyn says, I need to make chaffles today. I probably should, too. Terry says, we had an apple machine at the school that put out Yellow Delicious, all nice and cold and crisp. Oh, that sounds amazing. Risa says, I had apple pie Keto Chow yesterday. I added Olive Nation apple extract to it, and it was awesome. That sounds delicious. North Dakota Carnivore is in the house. Good morning, Lance. How are you? Welcome. Glad to see you. Everyone's saying hello to Lance. Risa says, Reversed was a docuseries, not one documentary. I watched the first 2 seasons. Interesting. -8 this morning here in North Dakota. Whoo! It's a balmy 32 here. It's like summertime for you, huh? I want to say that maybe I watched some of that, but I get so inundated with stuff that I've watched over the years. I used to watch hours and hours of just lectures. She says, Dustin, if you are a weirdo, then I am too. I am one. I said some stuff this morning to Shanda before she went to work. She was speechless. I can't repeat what it was because it was not appropriate for YouTube, but it was hilarious to me. We just talk about the weirdest stuff, and I'm glad that she's here for it. I'm truly glad that she's here for it. Josephine says, OMG, 6 hours till morning. Well, I get up at night. Beautiful people. Enjoy your beautiful day. We love you, Josephine. Have a good night. Get a good rest. In the land down under, have a Vegemite sandwich. Anyway, Lance says, I was ice skating yesterday at -1 with a real feel of -22 for about a solid 30 minutes of skating. That sounds awful. Rick says, imagine an iguana dispensing machine. It's called a tree. Just reach up and grab it. People are saying good night to JoJo. Thank you. Feel much better now. Hopefully fall back asleep quick. Well, good night, sweetheart. Can you imagine? I'm caught up with the chat. It only took me 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think I have like one sip of coffee left. One sip of coffee left. There we go. There we go, boys and girls. We've talked about a lot of stuff today. We've talked about the history of Keto Chow, brief timeline. We've talked about Weight Watchers and their stance on keto. We've talked about kind of like a brief summary of my year this year with starting the year empty nesters, moving into having kids living here, moving into having almost all of our kids living here. We're just one shy of having all of our kids living at home. I don't know where we'd put him. He'd have to live in the closet. One thing I have a question is I've been going to Costco and we use Scott toilet paper because it's thin, because all the other toilet paper that Costco sells is that thick, floofy stuff, and our toilets don't like it. It doesn't like it. It just doesn't flush very well. The Scott works a lot better. But the last few times I've gone to Costco, they haven't had any, and I'm hoping they're going to continue to sell it. I need to look up on their website and see because Scott is important for us, and I like buying it from Costco. Let's see, Scott, 36 rolls. It's like way more expensive than it's out of stock at Avon. That's where I would shop. It's out of stock there. Is it in stock in any other locations? Let's see. Fortune Park. We'll see. Does it in stock there? It's in stock there. So I can probably run up there and grab some. It's not that far from me, but it's in stock there. We have a full cube, a 36 roll cube, but you got to remember with 7 people, or going to be 8 people living here. Granted, one of those people isn't going to be utilizing toilet paper. They're going to be using wipes. So again, lots and lots and lots and lots of wipes. So if you guys want to help us out at all with wipes, those are on my Amazon list with wipes. And I think they're on the Target list as well. If you want to help out with any of those, they're on the list at KetoSimple.shop. But yeah, so Evelyn said it's been a very informative day. I love it. Oh my goodness. Jerry says 2 hours and 45 minutes. Good job. Don't forget the proper way to say sad is Vin and Pin. It was the most important thing out of all of us and our peace of mind. It's just like, you can't say V number or P number or SA diet. SA diet. Oh, SA dude. Sad is SA dude. Oh, SA dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sherry Nevada Pup is in the house. Good morning, Sherry. I'm glad to see you. Only 3 3/4 hours late. Going to be a replay crew today while I decorate my tree in my house. I did buy a new tree this week. We get a 7.5 foot Norwegian tree, or I don't know. It's a fake tree. I got it from Save Big Money at Menards. That's where I bought it from. I bought it from Menards. Jeremiah is here. My good friend Jeremiah. Say hello to Jeremiah. Say hello to my friend. Good morning. Welcome, 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 Jeremiah. I'm glad to see you. How are you, my friend? I'll probably hang around here until 3 hours. I haven't done 3 hours in a while. You never know. We'll see how things go. We still got a little bit of time on the. We've got one of the super chats that we needed. Here we got 1 of 10. Let's go. Can we make all 10? No, that's impossible. That's a lot of money, and I never want to. I don't ever want to encourage that kind of behavior. But I do want to try and do a holiday live. We'll have to figure that out. We'll do something fun. Maybe reach out and send me some ideas of what we can talk about. What we can, we just get together and have fun. Let's see. Terry says, have fun decorating. I keep staring at my Christmas boxes. I don't decorate our tree. That's something that our boys and then the girl likes to decorate the tree. Jeremiah says, doing good. Hope all is well. Glad to catch the end. This is the end. Here comes the end. We'll go for another 10 minutes. How does that sound? We'll go for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is good. We can do it. We're here. We're having a good time. It's 10:23 in the a.m. We'll go. We'll go until I decide to stop talking. We'll see how it goes. Evelyn says, a virtual cookie exchange or meat exchange. We have cookies. The good thing is they got these pre-made, like, decorated cookies, and they're terrible. She made us each one, and we had to eat the one she made us, so there was that. While we're talking here, let me show you the pictures of the ones. They were here somewhere, I swear it. I might have to go into the chat that Chandra sent to me. I gotta go back and find these pictures. Bear with me, boys and girls. She decorated these cookies, and they were so cute. So bear with me. I want to upload them to. All right. It's taking me a little while here. I appreciate your patience, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen of all ages. Now, remind you, a 7-year-old. I don't know what's going on. Why is this being silly? There we go. It's layers. I need to add a new layer. Upload a new thing. I gotta rename it. Well, I'll show it to you guys. You can see how cute they are. You have to let me know what you think of these because they're so cute and adorable. Let me know what you think of these cookies. She did these cookies. Let me know what you think. I think the Santa is like super cute. Santa's like spot on. Santa looks great. She did this. She did it. Such a great job. Let me know what you think about that. Jerry says, I'm doing a 12 days of Christmas present on my channel, looking for you to enter to Evie and all you do in this chat. I love it. Evelyn says, Rick can bring iguanas to the virtual exchange. Rick says, Dustin is working on beating my live stream time record. Rick, I saw your live from yesterday. Let me go back and look at this because that was insane. You had like, let me look this up real quick. Whenever I come into your live, you're like, it's a celebrity, blah, 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 blah. No. Your live yesterday, I didn't get a chance to join in. I was busy. But your live yesterday had 400 views, Rick. 400. Last week, 463. The week before, 255. 476. 319. 700 views a month ago. You went 7 hours and had 700 views. 400 views. You have way more views than I do. I get like 110 views, 120 views. You get far more views than I do. You're the celebrity, Rick, not me. You are the celebrity, Rick, not me. So just remember that, Rick. You are the celebrity, Rick.
Let's get dangerous.
Rick, 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 Rick.
Yeah, not even close. I've never been. The longest live I've done is like 4 hours. That was like last Christmas. Last Christmas, I think. Jerry said I did a 12-hour live stream last weekend. Whoa, Rick moment for me. Yeah, they are adorable looking cookies. They taste terrible, but they're gorgeous. And it doesn't matter what they taste like. They're not for eating. They're just knowing that she cared enough to paint them and she had a fun time doing it. She's building those memories, those core foundational memories that all children need. I second that. I want Evie to win. I want Evie to win all the things. Rick says 400 of the finest YouTube subscribers. Yes. I agree with this. Rick, you are a celebrity quack for sure. And Rick says his longest stream was 12 hours. I don't know if I want to go that long. Maybe like if ever I set a crazy high, like if I ever set like a crazy high thing, like if I ever had like a crazy goal, like 20 $100 super chats or something like that, and I actually made that or whatever, then I would say, hey, I'll do a 12-hour live stream where maybe Shannon and I go back and forth or whatever, and then just be 12 hours strong. But it would take something that long. Jerry says, I don't know if I want to go that long. Wait, said no man ever. I mean, we can get into that. Like, we can get into that kind of discussion, Jerry. I have differing opinions on that. The way I handle the situation. Woo. Yeah. it's not so much duration as it is it's not so much duration as it is a different way. Yeah. Evelyn said, I'd have to use the restroom. Well, that's fine. That's like, you go be back soon screens and stuff like that. Our restroom's right over here. I'd be fine. I don't need an Amazon driver bottle or anything like that, right? I still need to eventually do a Keto Simple after dark, but it'd have to be private. And because I would probably be really bad. And you guys, I'd lose some subscribers. If I let too much out, I'm afraid I would lose subscribers. I would have people leave the community. They wouldn't talk to me anymore. But I do love a good after dark. I do love talking about all the things. I love being goofy and having fun jokes and being inappropriate, because deep down I am an 11-year-old at heart. I'm 11 year, like the fart and poop jokes and, all that stuff, That's me. Lisa, we love you. Have a good time. Got a scatter. Get ready to head to church. Be safe, my dear. Jerry says, seriously though, once I told people on my live that my husband and I go to clothing optional resorts, I think I did lose viewers too. I was trying to are there I thought there used to be clothing optional like decks on cruise ships and stuff, or did that go away? Because I tried looking on YouTube just to see because I know with all the cruising going on, I was like, are there cruise ships that still do that? Is that still a thing? Or do they do it now where there's an entire cruise ship of clothing optional? What happens now? Because I know Carnival outlawed the use of the upside down pineapple stickers or magnets on the doors, inappropriate symbols that people knew what they were talking about, all that stuff. So I thought that that cruises used to be more open to that sort of thing, but I don't know. Patricia says, people might leave, but think of all the people you might gain with an after dark. I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to open Pandora's box. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness. All right, Jason, we love you, buddy. Enjoy your weekend. Have a great one, buddy. Because I know they used to have topless decks on cruise ships, but I'm guessing that kind of went way of the 90s. I mean, I don't know if that's a thing anymore. I used to think that they had topless sun decks and all that stuff, but I'm guessing that's not a thing anymore. He says, no, there are complete naked cruises out there. I knew that there were nude cruises, nudist cruises, or clothing optional cruises is what they would call them. But I mean, I know there's a lot of protocol and stuff in that, and yeah. That would be interesting, but I mean, I kind of figure the number of younger folks is probably not. I know it just seems like that would be less younger folks. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong with that, Jerry. Maybe it's less younger. I mean, is it more older folks than it is younger folks? Yeah, I mean, if it's 100 degrees outside, I don't want my bait and tackle getting sunburned. You know what I mean? I just don't need that. That sounds awful. I don't need the sunburn on the bait and tackle. I don't know. I have questions. There's things that there's things that I want to know, but I don't know how to ask them. And just to kind of feel they always say when you go to the topless beaches, you're more likely to see older folks than you are younger. The people that you think you're going to see and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm just curious of how that goes. Jerry says, Jerry After Dark has branched out to the nooner with Jerry. You know how that goes, right? So, So, yeah, I mean, when we were empty nesters, a nooner was a thing that we would have. It was nice. It was nice. Doesn't have. I mean, now it's really the only time we have when nobody's home. When there's too many people home, there's activities that are relegated to the daytime when nobody's home, and we're trying to get things accomplished. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, there's just certain activities. Now you have a house with, six adults, one child, and one on the way. There's certain activities that do get relegated to when nobody else is home. I mean, there's very small windows when nobody's home. So, yeah. I mean, you can say that, Evelyn, an afternoon delight. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get stuff done, and we've got all these things but that's the time when nobody's home. So you just kind of have to do what you got to do. You got to get in where you fit in, if you understand what I'm saying. I hear you, Jerry. I hear you. I'm not going to read it out loud, but I hear you. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Well, makes me think of the movie. What's the name of the movie? The movie with Matt Damon, and he's the smart kid who does the math on the chalkboard. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think that I could probably get off the rails super fast with an After Dark show, Jerry says, I, on the other hand, do not live that way in my home. What's the difference? So if that's something you do with a campsite or something like that, I know that there's a famous place in Indiana, up in Roselawn, Indiana, called the Ponderosa Sun Club. And so what's the difference between doing that and not doing it in your home? What's the difference and why? What is the difference there? I'm just very curious about that. What's the distinction between that? What's the separation? Especially in winter, she says. Yeah, Frozen. Everybody's got an innie in the wintertime. Anyway, I'm having people. It's now 10:40 in the morning, and people are coming in and using the restroom because with all the people living here, they need to use our restroom. So I've had the little girls in here right now going potty, and then we've had Daddy in here going potty, and I'm like, come on, folks, trying to run a show here. Anyway, I don't know if you heard that or not, but she's telling me to shut up. But anyway. Oh, Good Will Hunting. Yes, that's the movie. That's the one. Because they're like, sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Because when he was sitting down with that one therapist and he's asking him questions and he's just feeding him stuff that he wanted, All right. There we go. I was getting an up-to-date because our girl went to see Zootopia 2 last night. She said it was very good, and I'm excited to see it. So I don't know when we will get to see it. I imagine that the bait and tackle, being kind of another region, would probably burn. Woo! Oh, I didn't think about this, Sherry said. That's why you have sunscreen. Just don't put it on too fast. Or do. I mean, or do. Just have a good time. What are you doing? You're going to get in trouble. What are you doing? I'm applying sunscreen. It says repeat where necessary. Oh my goodness. See, you guys are just as bad as me in some cases. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's the funniest stuff. Oh. Oh my goodness. Whoo! I love it, ladies and gentlemen. See, Jerry says things. She says, no burning. Your minds will be blown to see the piercings. My curiosity knows no bounds. And you're going to mention things, and then I'm sitting here with like the idea, should I or shouldn't I ask? I mean, do I want to know? These are just the things like I gonna get stuck here because like Jerry is a wild Terry said Jerry is a wild child, so Terry came out. Terry says Jerry is a wild child. Yeah, Terry says Jerry is a wild child. Jerry says she has no filter. Sherry says, I was quite the nudie until my 30s. I went to places in Cali called Black's Beach. Interesting. Welcome, Cass. Just in time for TMI hour, where it's after dark in the morning. People are talking about their extracurricular activities, sans clothing. But Cass is here. Jerry says, that's why I don't have a bigger following. Woo! Oh my goodness gracious. This is insanity. Sherry's giving advice about, you can apply sunscreen, just not too fast or too often or whatever. I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Terry says, yeah, there were a few nude beaches here in Cali. I never indulged. It would gross out. I mean, I just have like, it would, I kind of think it would be something that I would enjoy trying a little bit. I think it would be freeing just to kind of be like, okay, this is me. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. Right. Cause I mean, there is so much that we lose. Like there's so much that we have with our clothes on. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But then again, at the same time, I don't even feel comfortable in my skin with clothes. So, I think there's just there's an exploration there. There's a freedom there that I don't know if I'm ready for that. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of seeing other things, Cass says, I'll make sure that they behave. I want people to be themselves, and I want to have fun, And Jerry says, people will say, gee, Jerry, thought you were a Christian, but you go to clothing optional resorts. But I mean, what's the difference? I don't understand. I mean, and what your later comment, even if you are, who am I to judge you? I'm not. That's not what I'm here for. Cass says, nowadays you get more attention if you're dressed modestly than if you're showing the skin. I mean, I don't really care either way. Like, I mean, do and dress how you're comfortable. If you are somebody who's comfortable showing the world all there is to see, good on you. If you want to wear long skirts and long sleeves and you just want to be whatever, that's on you. And Risa says, I tell it like it is. I have never been to a nudie beach. I haven't either. I mean, I don't live anywhere near a beach. I mean, real one. I mean, we live 12 hours, the closest one, really. There was one next to the regular local beach on our honeymoon, and we didn't go to it. I would go. I don't care. I mean, you know, that's like, I'm not here. This channel is not for me to judge anybody. I'm not here to judge anybody because I don't want you judging me. I'm not perfect. And there's plenty here to judge. Like, I don't want people like calling me out and stop following me if I'm like, yeah, we had pizza last night, or, I broke down and had some mac and cheese yesterday, or whatever. I don't want people judging me or thinking less of me because of that. Why would I reciprocate and think less of somebody for what they decide to do as an adult? I think it's fascinating that someone, that Jerry is doing what she does and she enjoys it. Her and her husband have fun doing what they want to do. They're adults. They can do whatever they want to do. I'm just, this is not a place of judgment. I may joke. I'm going to joke with you about stuff. I'm going to laugh and we're going to have a good time, but we're not going to judge. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't enjoy the natural body form? Who doesn't? Our bodies look the way they do to attract us to each other. That's the point. That's why we look the way we do. We look at each other and we get excited, if you will, right? And that's the whole point of things, that we're supposed to be the way we are. It's nature. I don't understand, like, Sherry says, as usual, I'm the odd one out. I don't understand what that means. Maybe you'll have to explain that a little bit better to me, but I'm not quite sure what that means. But Jerry says there is a difference. I mean, for me, like, even if you were like, hey, we go to these things and we have a fun time and we do what we do, I don't care. I wouldn't think any less of you, Jerry, because you're going to explore and do the things that you want to do and live the life that you're going to live. And you're sharing that experience with us. Why would I judge you for that? If you're living and doing what adults do and you're an adult, I have nothing bad to say about that. I have questions. I have questions. There's always things I want to know. But I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to do, right? And Risa, you have a good one. You go to work and have a good one. I'll see you later, dear. Thank you for joining me today. I truly appreciate you very much. And I do appreciate if you do watch that live and the remaining live on replay, or go back and watch anything you missed. I appreciate that greatly, very, very much. Sherry says, being new into my 30s. I mean, that's the time to do it, right? Isn't that when you're supposed to do it? Like when you are young and virile and, you're whatever it is you're doing, that's the time to do it, right? You're young and adventurous. And if you did it now, if you're almost 70 and you're doing it now, okay. I hope you're having a blast when you do it. This life is a short life. Our time here is very limited. Some of us more than others. We don't know how long we have. We don't know how long we have. This life is a very short life. So go out, live adventurous, have all the fun that's possible. Do the things that don't be inhibited. Have a good time. The girl's asking me to help her with things, and I'm like trying to do it. I don't have and it's just full of water, and I can't do it. It's a little toy thing full of water. I don't know. But anyway, that's the thing, is I just feel that, like, there's no reason to not live your life regardless of age. That's what I was trying to convey to Barbara last night in her life. She says, I'm 65. No, you are 65 and you can do whatever you put your mind to. Until you are in the ground or whatever the case is, you can do whatever you put your mind to for the most part. As I told her, you are 65, started a YouTube channel, and within 2 months you were fully monetized. 20-year-olds can't even accomplish that in most cases. It took me over 2 years to get monetized. That's the way it is. She did something that took me 2 years and 2 months at 65 years old. So I don't want to hear these excuses. What I want to hear is, live your life. And everybody knows you're here, young lady, and they're saying hello to you, but you cannot be on screen, okay? Mommy and daddy won't let you. And it's not good for you to be on screen. I hear you. Jerry likes her panty lines. I hear you. And the more you know. I mean, here we go. Terry Girl says the same. I hear you on lines. I never wear unders, and now I've embraced the covers, so I don't. Is that such a big deal? Like, is that like, is that, I mean, what's the, like, is that such a big deal? Like, I'm just curious why. I'm just curious. Is it because you don't want people to notice? Or you feel self-conscious? These are questions that I have. Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's an extra step. And I don't think people care as much. That's like when I first started being a person that carried a firearm. And you can carry concealed. In Indiana, I had a concealed carry permit. So I would be worried that people could tell. But as I carried for years, I realized that people are completely oblivious to what's going on around them. Even more so now with phones. People have no idea what's going on. They don't notice the things. They don't notice you. These are just things that I have, I wear underwear because I'm always afraid I'm going to poop myself. And there's at least a layer between like my underwear and the pants. So like if I could take my underwear off and still be able to wear my pants out without big stains or something, you know what I mean? Like these are just reasons why I try to wear underwear. I would be way more comfortable I take that back. I take that back because zippers are scary, okay? If you're a man, zippers are scary, okay? They're dangerous, they're scary, and even with a beard, like on a hoodie, I got to be careful with zipping up. I got to zip up I got to hold the thing and zip it up to this point, and then pull up and zip up like that. Could you, the twigs, the bait and tackle, I don't want them in caught in my zipper. I got to be very careful with that. Cindy's out of here. Be good, Cindy. Have a great day. Everyone have a great day. Give Guinea Pig our love. Brian says it sounds like we need underalls. But I mean, like I would be like, I love being like that free, but like, so I'll wear usually like oversized boxers or whatever. I usually wear like a size or two bigger than what I probably should wear because I don't like them super tight. And I just like it but it keeps things away from the zipper. I mean, I think maybe I saw something about Mary and like, they were like, how did he get the berries above the twig? Like how did he get the beans above the frank? Like, how did that happen? Yeah, and even hair stuck in the zipper. I mean, like, you don't want to get like, I mean, you get a woman and you get like, you zip up too fast and catch a lip. I mean, that's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, there's something about Mary. Yeah, that terrifying. And then there's the lady who's sunbathing and she's like leather. She's like, ta-da! I'm like, what is happening? I was in high school when I saw that movie. Maybe I was in high school. I don't remember when that came out. Let me search that. I got to know for sure. Yeah, something about Mary came out the year I graduated. Matt Dillon, Cameron Diaz, Ben Stiller, Chris Elliott, Lee Evans. Well, also, like, so one thing that really drives me crazy is I have the problem with the zipper, the fear of the zipper, and I want to wear like sweatpants, but sweatpants don't have a zipper or a fly. I'd like to have like a zippered or a button fly on my sweatpants because I feel like there's too much dribblage when you're trying to pull things down and around, and like it's just not good. There's just things I need clothes to be better. You know what I mean? I need men's clothes haven't evolved as much as they should have. And Cass says that as long as my clothes are washed, there's no need for underwear unless I'm wearing a dress, and proper undershorts are required. You just don't want things to blow up and show the world to people, right? Yeah. Anyway, here I am. I've gone an extra 25 minutes talking about all kinds of stuff. And yeah, Cass says that bras are uncomfortable. Let's see. I like my apron because it hides the need for one, but there are two. Yeah. I mean, I wear, like, if I'm leaving the house and I'm wearing like a pants with a belt, I've got on boxer shorts, I've got on a tank top that I tuck into my pants to keep things, and like, I just try to keep things contained, right? Sherry's asking, did I put you? I didn't put you in timeout. I don't know if I saw your comments or not. Let me go back and look and see here. Let's see. Let's see. There's a sports bra thing. You said I only wear a sports bra. It helps with the sweat. And you said you missed seeing Cindy here. And then you said, ask me if we put you in timeout. Those are the only things that I see. Well, at least with this software that I have, the EV Mux, I can search the chat. I haven't seen anything being held. So if there's anything that doesn't look too bad, let them go. But I'm not seeing anything that got held. So it's not showing me on my side. Maybe Evelyn, you're seeing that on your side? Weird. Weird. I didn't say, I don't know if there's anything. Yeah. So let me know if there's anything happening that I didn't know about with my comments. I didn't not let anything through. So my apologies if I missed anything. It may not be showing to me. Because Evelyn said that many comments are being shown or being held. So I don't know. I'm not seeing them. But I mean, I haven't seen anything that's thus far that's bothered me or anything like that. As long as we're not using like big, like words. I mean, I'm totally fine with boobies. I mean, that's nothing. We talk about boobies. I'm totally okay with boobies. I'm a big fan of boobies. I'm okay with those. Chandra knows that I have an affinity for them and she's not upset about it. So, Yeah, boobies are the best. They are like they're like antidepressant in physical form. I don't know. Anyway. All the advice here. And if you're trying on clothes in the store, you can just whip off your shirt. I love this conversation. This is my favorite today. I love just having the fun stuff. I mean, they're great. They're fun to look at. I mean, you know, I love them. They're fun. Let me see something here. Yeah. I saw him, Evelyn. Screen captures, everybody. Screen captures, everybody. Screen captures. That's what she sent me. See? I knew that would be the question. Oh. I knew that was going to be the question. That's why I was like, there's screen captures of the chat so I could see what was, because it's not showing me on my sides. It's not showing me the stuff that's been whatever. So she's showing me the screen captures of what was held back. Yeah, the original topic, empty nest, food, distractions. It all fits in. I mean, boobies are a distraction, and they keep my mind off of food. Boobies were good at keeping my mind off of food. Inquiring minds want to know, yeah? I think a couple of everybody's comments were held back, I think. Let me see. They're blurry. I'm trying to see them. Not letting me zoom in. I have to download each one, I think. Yeah, Jerry had one. Terry had one. Yeah, Terry had one. Yeah, it seemed like most of them were by Jerry. I don't see any of yours. I didn't see any of yours. Jerry said I had one. Shocker. Yeah. I think we're okay, Evelyn. I'm not worried about being demonetized, really. I mean, if I get demonetized, they're going to take away my dollar. I'm not too worried about dollar. I don't have any naughty words blocked out that would block or anything like that. I'm not sure. Like, weirdly, Jerry's thing with the lips was weird. It was like lips with the lips. I don't understand why that would be blocked. That was weird. Terry, let me see. Terry had the one about the roller skating on the boardwalks. And I mean, and there's a difference. I don't necessarily think that going clothing optional is necessarily sexual. I mean, the person who's doing it may not see it as sexual. Just because somebody else sees it as sexual has no bearing on the person doing it. It's all in the eye of the beholder. That's what bothers me, you know? Yeah, I don't know if they'll come through now on me or not, but yeah, I don't know. I think for Terry, I think nude probably was the word. Probably the word nude and sexual probably was what caused it. I don't know. YouTube is weird. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, even if I get demonetized, I mean, I make about $1 per live from AdSense. So, I mean, that's still, I do like 8 or 10 lives a month. That's like $10 a month. I don't really want to lose, but still. Evelyn is the best. We love you, Evelyn. I still think it's funny. Like, I sent you a picture and everyone's like, what did you send? Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'm not a very good moderator either, but I am a person that I kind of feel like I'm not a good at moderating day to day, but I am somebody that has to have something to look forward to. Like, say, like corn dogs at the fair. I know at least one time a year I'm going to get corn dogs. That helps kind of keep that at bay. That kind of thing. Jerry is a bad influence. Okay, I'm going to say Jerry's a bad influence. But we love Jerry, and I love a bad influence. I mean, we don't always want to be so neat and tidy, right? We don't always need to be so prim and proper. Sometimes we got to talk about boobies, you know what I mean? Or she's going to talk about being a former anorexic. That's probably something that'd be more likely to get me demonetized, is talking about anorexia. Realistically, you know what I mean? But that's the weird stuff about YouTube. You never quite know. And all I'll do is just go in and say, you know, hey, have them double check it. And if they do, they do. They don't, they don't. I mean, realistically, I mean, most of my lives I make like without super chats, I make maybe 50 cents to $1 per live. So I'm not raking in the dough here, folks. Just in case you were curious. I love it, Evelyn. Welcome to the trash train. I'm glad you guys are sticking with me here. 37 total, watching 26 on YouTube. So some of you have dropped off on YouTube. 10 on X and 1 over on Rumble. Oh. We were derailed. I love it. I love a good derailment. So, yeah, and there'll be some things that we'll talk about on Tuesday. If Chandra's involved with Tuesday's Live, there's some things we'll dive into. We'll talk about some stuff. But I think we've been going for 3 hours and 37 minutes. Do you want to keep going? Are you in it for the long haul? Do you want to keep talking about the stuff? Do you want to see if Jerry can get us shut down? Is that what we want to try to do here? What's happening? I mean, you know, what time are you going live, Jerry? Well, I don't want to be in your way. But let me know, do you want to keep going? What's going on, folks? You in the chat, let me know. If you're just listening and you want it to keep going, come in the chat and tell me. Don't be shy. Come in the chat and tell me. I don't care what platform you're on. If you're listening on X and you want to keep going, let me know. It's 11:11, folks. Make a wish. Terry says, did you call us ogres, Jerry? Because ogres have layers, Terry. Ogres have layers like parfaits and onions, okay? Onions and layers and onions and parfaits. Whoo. It's 1911 here. It's 11:11 here. How is it 19? There's no way it's 1911 where you are. not 7-Eleven where you are right now. Your clock's backwards. Oh, there you go. 10-11. There you go. That makes more sense. But I'm on the East Coast here. Sonny says, I keep popping in and out. If you stay live, I'm multitasking. I love it. When are you going live today, Sonny? When are you gonna work today? Terry says it's 8:11 here. Woo, you are far away. So far away. So far away. So far away. You guys. Oh my goodness. It's 8:12 where Cass is. It's 9:11 where Sherry is. Evelyn says the only thing I will remove, not approve, is the unkind to others. Yeah, I appreciate that, Evelyn. Or I mean, just out and out bad words. Did Terry say she's leaving? I don't see that here. Someone said bye, Terry. Who's leaving? What's going on? Cass says bye to Terry. Jerry's going to cause a ruckus and then roll out. There we go. Jerry's causing a ruckus. Now she's got to prep for her live. See you later. All right. Don't forget to put some clothes on, Jerry. Julie loves this. She says it's an awesome long live. I love it. That's the longest I've gone in a while. And I even ran out of coffee a while ago. But if you guys are interacting in the chat, it makes being live so much easier. Sherry says, yeah, Terry was off to church to repent her sins of this morning. I hear you. Bryce Biscuit says, oh, snap, back from church. Dustin going long. You missed it. You missed it. You missed it. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff. Boobies and being naked at the beach. But anyway, you have a good one, Jerry. Be safe. Yeah. Evelyn says, oh, Bryce Biscuit, your choice of words. You have no idea. Bride's Biscuit says, talking about me, no doubt. Well, if you have boobies and don't wear clothes normally, or don't wear like a bra or whatever these women have been talking about, then maybe we were talking about you, but I don't think so. And it's usually when someone's talking about you, it's usually your ears are itchy. I've never heard the nose itchy thing, but no, your ears being itchy. Prize Biscuit's got boobies. Same. Oh, it's not the same. It's not the same. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Can you believe it? Come sail away. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. You guys. Holly Springer says, I will keep going. I've listened while I did my Pilates, cooked my breakfast, and now I got to jump on the treadmill. So you're a good company while I do my morning routine. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, Evelyn says we've been talking about clothing optional places or people who live a clothing optional lifestyle. Brian's Business says Lord of the Rings is like 11 hours. If you watch Lord of the Rings, like the original trilogy, that's like 11 hours. If you watch like the director's cuts or whatever. Sherry said, Bride Biscuits, I have psoriasis too. That is why I was at the beach. It made it go away back then. Yeah, I mean, sunlight really does help with psoriasis. Cass, what's $3? Yay. $3. Yay. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, sunlight's so much better. It's just harder to get in the summertime because you don't want to stand outside in the freezing cold, which is probably okay for you too. But, you know. So what are you guys planning for the rest of your Sunday, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here coming up on the 4-hour mark in 15 minutes? Cass says, time for my second cup of coffee. It's weak. My dear husband poured himself a cup right after the coffee started brewing. That's why. Okay, so here's a funny thing. So Chandra this morning, she asked me, she goes, are you trying to poison me? Why do you heat your water separately from mine? I was like, well, in the morning, I only put enough water in the kettle to heat your water so it heats up faster. Because if I fill the kettle, it takes longer to heat the water up. And I'm only trying to heat up just enough for her cup of coffee for her to take to work. So I don't need to fill the whole kettle up, because when I get her out the door, I have at least an hour or more before this live starts. So I just put in just enough water to the kettle so I can get her coffee going and get it poured and made so she can leave. And then so as soon as she's ready to go, I put more water in the kettle and put it back on to boil. And she was asking, are you poisoning me? Why are you doing that? And I'm like, no, that's not why. No. You'd think she'd trust me in here, but you know what I mean? I would much rather have, cold over like 80 degrees or more. Like I don't mind like 75, maybe 80, but it's like the humidity's awful and all that stuff is just not, I'm not a fan. Bridesmaids said, heads up, I was drinking Death Wish, quitting. Just found out it's 700 milligrams of caffeine. Normally is about 120. Well, so I use Nescafe's instant espresso, the Intenso or the intense version. And let me see if I can find out how much. Nescafe Gold Espresso Intense typically has about 70 milligrams of caffeine per serving, though it can vary slightly between 50 and 90. So 70, and I put in, let's see, this morning I put in 6 shots. So 6. So, okay, so this was today 420 milligrams of caffeine, give or take. On the mid end, on the high end, it was 6 times 90. So we'll look and see what that says. $540. So a lot of caffeine goes into this. So I don't know how much. Let's see, Death Wish coffee. Death Wish coffee is known for extremely high in caffeine content, around 59 milligrams per fluid ounce. Thanks to its blend of high caffeine Robusta and Arabica beans, making the standard 12-ounce cup of coffee about 700 milligrams of caffeine, significantly more than regular coffee and even more than energy drinks. They use specific ratios like 2.5 tablespoons per 6-ounce water, Robusta beans for that intense kick delivered by a bold, dark roast flavor. So, yeah, I would say for ounce. So, I mean, realistically, that's less than what I'm drinking. If I made 12 shots or 12 teaspoons of 70, I'd be way more than you. So if I have 2 of these in a day, I'm at 700 milligrams. That's why I don't often drink 2 of these. Some days call for it. You know what I mean? Sherry's getting out all of her Christmas decorations. Evelyn is, I spilled half my lunch coffee at work on Friday. I don't eat at work. I just drink a big cup of coffee with my lunch hour. It was a disaster. I'm so very sorry to hear that, Evelyn. I hope that you made that up later in the evening and you had a good night on Friday night. I'm sure Carl took good care of you. Cass says, our dining room is a mess with Christmas decorations, creations in progress. Bryce said, I think roasting for espresso limits the higher caffeine. Yeah, a lighter roast is going to have higher caffeine, but I like the flavor of the intense of that better. I like it better than the blonde, because there's a blonde and intense, and I actually like. So I'm going to see. So 70 was the average. Let me see. Same, about 50 to 90. So it's not really any different between the blonde and the intense. I prefer the intense, and we have it on order from Amazon. We get 3 containers every 2 weeks. Yeah, spilling coffee is the worst. It's worse than alcohol abuse, right? It's like a party foul times 10. Brian's Biscuit says, I was drinking 4 to 5 10-ounce cups of Death Wish. It's about 3,000 milligrams. Oh, my goodness gracious. Woo! Cass says, I told the kids they can create again today, but we need to wrap up the beautiful mess by tonight. Oh, yeah. There's always something in, like, on our kitchen table. There's always some kind of craft in progress when you have a little one in the house. And the craft cabinet just goes crazy. And Brian's Biscuit was saying, I was wondering I was only getting 4 hours of sleep on average nightly. Whew, that's a lot of caffeine. But I do limit myself to just 1 of these a day normally. And then I'll have maybe some soda caffeine throughout the day. But on real rough days, I may have 2 of these. But that's not often, because I know that's a lot of caffeine. Sherry says, oh, I missed making decorations. Yeah. We got a new tree. It's got 500 LEDs in it. It's going to be good. I'm super excited. Brian's Biscuit's going to string popcorn later for Christmas tree. Sonny says, I can't do caffeine. It makes me... I heard how angry you were at that restaurant yesterday. You were laying it down at Freddy's yesterday, Sonny. Whoo! Don't remind me not to cross you. She was mad. Cass says, we cut out big trees out of cardboard. Now the kids are gluing all sorts of things to them, coloring, nostalgia. I love that stuff. The kids wanted to go for a hike and cut a tree, but with our wood stove, the tree would be sad by Christmas. So I'm attempting to distract them with another week. So, oh, yeah. Coffee keeps Bride's Biscuit out of jail. We even buy the Nescafe decaf espresso. We buy some of that. I'm just curious to like what's in the so at least with espresso decaf, typically 2 and 5 milligrams as its decaffeinating process remove most. For comparison, a regular cup of coffee contains about 95 milligrams of caffeine. So it says an 8-ounce cup of Nescafe Gold Espresso decaf is 2 to 5 milligrams. So I don't know like how many shots that is or whatever. And Sonny says, I'm sorry about that. No reason to be sorry to me. I was like, woo. But it always seems to happen to remind them not to forget things when I order. I mean, that's the thing is like you go like, so I took the girl to Culver's the other day. On Fridays, I usually take her to Culver's, but mommy needed her to home quickly. So we went through the drive through. So I ordered her a water, her meal, which was like, some French fries, a little bit of mac and cheese, and some of the Culver's ice cream or whatever, right? And I got myself a large Coke Zero. And they hand me the water, and I pull up, and then like they bring out the food, and we drive off. And it wasn't until I got all the way home that I realized that I never got my soda. So there's that. So I didn't get any soda. I mean, I ended up getting soda later in the afternoon, but that's beside the point. I usually have soda at the house anyway, but still. Holly Springer says, I didn't start drinking coffee until the last 10 years or so. From what I researched, the darker the coffee, the smoother the coffee. What are the differences in different roasts? Well, the more roasted the coffee is, the darker the roast, the less the caffeine. So a blonde roast is going to have more caffeine typically than a dark roast. And so you figure like a very dark, like most like Starbucks coffee is very, very, very dark roasted. It's going to be lower in caffeine most likely than a lighter roast. So that's what I know about roasting. And then like caffeine, and then like espresso is just like a more condensed version of coffee. Yeah, and I mean roasting also, yeah, like Brian's Biscuit says that that roasting has a lot to do with flavor, boldness, smoothness, bounces, earthly. But I mean, there's also different ways. There's like Ethiopian coffee, Colombian coffee, all the different places you can, Peruvian coffee, all the different places you can get coffee. Yeah. Cass says, best cheap coffee. So for us, the way we like our coffee, we had used espresso pods for a very long time. Now we've switched to using a tea kettle, like a water kettle. And then we use the Nescafe instant espresso, but we each have 5 to 6 teaspoons of that every day. So we go through about a jar a week, give or take. So I order every 2 weeks. I get 3 jars every 2 weeks. That comes out cheaper for us than having to buy a new Nespresso machine every year, because they only last about a year, even with cleaning. As much as we use them, we're putting hundreds and hundreds and like thousands of pods through them. So they're getting more use than the average person would put through in a year, or maybe 5 years. And so instead of buying the machines, which add up quickly, they're like $100, $150. Even the cheap ones are $50, $60, but they don't even last that long. Then the water reservoirs are irritating. So really for us, the cost effectiveness and the espresso, because a really good an espresso machine is gonna make $700, $800, maybe even to the thousands of dollars. So for us, coffee wise, the Nescafe instant espresso really works out for us because of cost, and then just utilizing a thing to boil water. But I mean, there's a lot. I mean, yeah, like you're going to find out a lot of people for, yeah, there's going to, depending on what country you want it from. Do you want low acid? Do you want low mold, single source coffee? There's all kinds of different things that you can do. Now, where are you, and how hard would it be for me to get meat from you? Because I would love bacon, sausage, and eggs, but I think you are too far away. But I am hungry, and if you were cooking, I'd gladly eat what you're offering. And Brian's Biscuit says, pizza's awesome for mid-price, one of the best non-bougie American organic, surprisingly good, less than $7 a pound. I mean, for us, like, we just used a machine for so long that, I wonder how much mold is in like the pods, like Keurig K-Cup pods and espresso pods. And I mean, and really, I want to know like how much mold impacts the average person. I like just I like the Costco coffee is pretty good to me. I like it. And if you're getting the whole bean, do you know, you can look at the bean and see, is there any mold on it? I don't even know. Like, I don't even know. I haven't dug that deep into coffee. There are a couple of YouTube channels out there that show how to do coffee that are real bougie, like $500-$600 machines that they're doing like single pulls of a single shot of espresso. And I'm like, I don't have all day to make my coffee. I really don't. So yeah. Right, Brian? Jerry leaves and we go into coffee. I mean, at least I enjoy coffee. I don't know which one I like better, boobies or coffee. It's a toss-up, really. I mean, I can't live without either. So, I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Brian Spitz says, you can see mold if it's bad on the bean, but probably not always detectable. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't even want to grind my own beans. I don't know. Easy, simple, quick, easy for me. And we hit 4 hours, everybody. 4 hours. Can you believe it? That's insane. Here I am going live like Rick. Rick.
Let's get dangerous.
Oh. But with that, with the 4-hour mark, I think I'm going to end this stream, call it a day. I love each and every one of all of you in this chat that's been here today. I love all of you. Please consider becoming a morning regular. Really helps out the channel. I'd appreciate greatly. Please consider that. Please consider taking a look at KetoSimple.shop. All the things that I have to offer there, all the things you can help support the channel, whether it's with the baby stuff, whether it's with any of those things, with diapers, all that stuff that's coming up. Any little help is greatly appreciated. Anyway, we love each and every one of you. As Brian says, have a great day. Eat your meat. Like Chris Cook in Nashville says, love your life. I love each and every one of you. And with that, let's go with those credits, everybody. Love you. Mean it.